getting into a Marketing Cloud account here momentarily, and we're going to be doing work today in both Journey Builder and Contact Builder. And the steps to the exercises that we're going to be doing are in that exercise guide. That's the one that I find is typically most critical for people to have visually available during class, because they want to be able to look at the steps to the exercises. Now, that being said, I'm going to be guiding you guys through the vast majority of the exercises today, but there may be some things that I have you complete on your own, or you might find that you work a little bit faster than me. You might find that you work a little bit slower than me and want to be able to reference the steps in the exercise guide. So most students like to have that exercise guide visually available. Some people keep up with me just fine, and they just prefer to follow along with me. So you'll get a feel for that as we go through the class. But that is what you have in those two documents. Okay, you've got that exercise guide, which is the steps, and the student guide, which is the PowerPoint deck. Okay, any questions there about your guides? All right, well, if not, let's go ahead and get through a few more introductory slides here in our PowerPoint deck, set some additional logistics here, and we'll be ready to get our Marketing Cloud accounts for the day and get logged in. So let me take a moment and formally introduce myself to you guys. My name is Laura Brewer-Blair, and I'm a senior application instructor with Trailhead Academy. I've been teaching courses for Trailhead for going on 6 years now, and I teach a lot of different things out of our course curriculum. On the Salesforce side of things, I teach our entire admin suite of classes, so admin, advanced admin, the app builder courses. I teach the sales and service cloud consulting classes. I teach some advanced reporting classes and some strategy classes. And then over here on the Marketing Cloud side of things, I teach our Email Essentials course. I teach a Content Builder course. I teach here this Journey Builder course. So a wide variety of things from our course curriculum. If you showed up for any kind of Salesforce course, you might have the chance of getting me as an instructor. Now, one thing you did not hear me say in that list of classes that I teach is anything developer related. So that's not really my skill set per se. I can play in that arena a little bit, but there are folks who are way more talented to be teaching developers than I am. So that's an area I tend to stay out of as an instructor, at least, and stick with things that are more declarative, but spanning all of our clouds. Okay, Sales Cloud, Service Cloud, Marketing Cloud, and I teach over in our Community Cloud area as well. Okay, so I've been at that about 6 years. Prior to that, I worked at Salesforce in a little different capacity. I was on a team of success managers. So some of you may have a success manager you work with and know what that is. But that role was focused on enterprise clients in the southern portion of the United States, based out of Dallas, Texas. Clients from Texas over to Florida, say. And my focus with those clients was really post-implementation sort of issues. So, release readiness, change management strategies, growth strategies. It was a bit of a consultative role. The whole purpose of that role was really to make sure that clients were getting the most out of their investment with Salesforce. And so we really tried to consult with clients to help them maximize what they had purchased. And I had that role for about 4 or 5 years before moving over to the instruction side of things. And prior to that, I was in the shoes that many of you are probably in that I was a Salesforce customer. And I was a customer 2 times around, dating back to 2001 when I first got introduced to the Salesforce platform. So almost 2 decades now of working on this platform and really watching it expand and grow and encompass more and more areas. When I first started working on it, it was just a sales platform, and then it became a sales and service platform, and then it became a sales and service and marketing platform, which of course is what we're here to talk about today, the marketing side of that. But that's a little background about me and just letting you guys know who's on the other end of the phone here. Okay. Now, a couple of additional housekeeping items here to knock out of the way before we get logged into our accounts. First thing that I need to address here is copyright. We didn't used to talk about this in our training classes, and there were so many issues over time that we were forced legally to have to start talking about this, unfortunately. But I am obligated to tell you guys that the ebooks you have logged into this morning are copyrighted. That material belongs to Salesforce. They are sharing that with you for your personal use via this training class because you've purchased training, but it is not being shared with you for use in a commercial endeavor. In other words, nobody gets to quit their job next week and go start a consulting practice delivering Salesforce's training material. This material is not being shared with you for that purpose. Unfortunately, we've had that happen way too many times, and Salesforce has had to really tighten down on some copyright issues as of late. So personal use, not commercial use. The other legal statement that we have to address before we start any training courses is Salesforce's safe harbor statement. Okay, if you've been to training before, if you've been to a Salesforce event, if you happen to be a Salesforce employee, you have no doubt seen this statement many times over. So I will not read this to you guys in its entirety, but do let me summarize it for you. Essentially, what this statement says is that if you're going to make a purchase decision or an investment decision in Salesforce's products or stock, you need to do that based on features that are generally available today, not based on something that you've heard is coming in the future. Okay, so in other words, don't spend your money based on a forward-looking statement. Spend your money based on what is actually in existence at the time you're spending your money. Okay, that's essentially what this says. Now, how that relates to a training class, well, we do our best when we're delivering training to refrain from making forward-looking statements, but my experience tells me that you guys ask questions all the time that take us into forward-looking conversations. Students come to class and want to know about what's, happening in a future release, what's happening with, all kinds of things. So here's the deal I always make with my students. If something comes up this week in your questions that touches into forward-looking territory, I will go there with you. I will be totally transparent. I will tell you everything that I know, everything I've seen, everything I've heard internally, but I will be careful to preface that conversation by throwing up the safe harbor flag and saying, hey guys, we can talk about that, but safe harbor applies. We're getting into forward-looking territory. And I'll just be really clear that we're talking about either something that actually exists today or that we're talking about something that's slated for the future. Okay, and then we can proceed and have the conversation as thoroughly as we want to. All right, so that's how I tend to handle safe harbor in a training class. All right, so that takes care of our two legal statements. We can make the lawyers happy this morning that we checked those two items off. So let's go ahead and get a few final logistics out of the way here, and then we'll get you guys logged in and going. So we've talked about class etiquette and participation already. So just to re-summarize that, I want you guys to participate however you want to do that. So if you want to unmute yourself and ask a question, feel free. If you prefer to send me messages in the chat panel, that's totally fine too. The thing that I ask from an etiquette standpoint is just that you respect your colleagues who've signed into training here as well, and keep yourself muted unless you're talking. Okay, we'll keep all that background noise in the background. Now, as far as our schedule today, you see the next thing on my slide here under logistics is breaks. Let's talk about our schedule today. So we are on Eastern time zone today. We kicked things off at 9 a.m. Eastern. I will tell you guys, it is unusual for this Journey Builder to class to run the entire 8-hour day. I know this class is scheduled for 8 hours. Sometimes it does run close to that, but generally, especially with a smaller audience, we finish up a bit earlier than that. So we'll just see how our timing goes today. Some of that will depend on your prior experience with Marketing Cloud, the number of questions that you guys have. But just to sort of set an expectation for you guys today, it is very unusual for us to run the full day in this class. So I suspect we'll have a little bit of an early finish. But as far as our timing throughout the day, we will take regular breaks to let you guys get up, have a bio break, stretch your legs, refresh your drink, whatever it is you need to do. So our first break, I try to split the morning right in half. We'll probably take that around 10:15, 10:30. We'll take a lunch break at approximately noon Eastern time. It could be a few minutes earlier than that if we happen to be at a logical stopping place. I'll stop a few minutes before that. I won't start into something that doesn't have a logical stopping place if we're getting close to noon. This class is slated for a full hour lunch break. Some of you may have taken training classes that were scheduled for 6 hours during the day, and those tend to take a 30-minute lunch break. But for classes scheduled 8 hours, we do a full hour. So unless you guys tell me you want something different than that, we'll plan on that, the hour break at approximately noon Eastern time. And then we'll just kind of see how the afternoon goes. If we look like we're headed for an early finish, we may adjust our afternoon break accordingly. But I won't have you guys sit still for too long at any given time. So we will definitely kind of play that by ear this afternoon, just based on what it looks like our ending time is going to be. Okay, but I try not to have people sit still for a bit more than about an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes at most. All right, so that's how we'll manage that today, is make sure you guys are getting a chance to get up and step away from your computer. Now, we've talked about your courseware already, what to do with those ebooks. Didn't seem like there were any questions on that when I asked earlier, at least. But let me throw that out again. Any questions here before we do some quick introductions? Any questions about our schedule, our etiquette, about the courseware, anything that I haven't addressed at this point that you were wondering about? Okay, well, that brings us up to some quick introductions here. So I don't want to eat up too much of our morning doing that, but I do like to let everyone have a chance to say hello and tell us who you are and where you're from and all that. So I've introduced myself already to you guys. Let me give you a moment to do that as well. So here's what I'm going to ask you to do as we go around with the introductions. When I call your name out, just go ahead and take yourself off mute. And why don't you share your name with us and what company you're with? And why don't you tell us what city you're calling in from? I actually like to get kind of an idea of where everyone's at from a time zone perspective. That's sometimes helpful to me, and maybe making some judgment calls about our breaks. If I find out that nobody's sitting in Eastern time zone, for example, we may adjust some of what we're doing. But if you'll share that information, that is sometimes helpful and interesting to the rest of the group. So your name, your company, and what city you're calling in from today. So Mara has asked me to do her first. She, unfortunately, it sounds like is in an area that is kind of noisy in the background and doesn't want to come off mute. So Mara is from a company called Be The Match and participating from Minneapolis. Okay, so welcome, Mara. You got to be the first introduction there via the chat panel. So, okay, so that's Mara. Let's go ahead and let Andrew introduce himself next.
Hey everybody, I'm Andrew Green. I am with Aperio. I am a business analyst on the Marketing Cloud team there, and I'm based out of Indianapolis.
Oh, okay. All right, well, welcome, Andrew.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see here. So I see a couple of caller numbers here, and I'm going to guess that those are associated to some of your names and that some of you are dialed in separately. We'll see if I miss anyone when we get to the end, but it looks to me like Christina is next. Welcome back, Christina. Christina has spent the last 4 days with me as well. She just keeps coming back. I'm impressed. So
you
welcome
keep me
back.
wanting more. That's what it is.
Oh, good. I'm so excited to hear that.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Christina Kloon. I work for FedEx. I'm located in Memphis, Tennessee. I work on our email team. So welcome and hello.
All right. Well, welcome back, Christina. So Christina sat with me the first 4 days of this week in our email marketing class. So she's come to get a little bit more around Journey Builder today. So I'm glad you're back.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, I see Glenn. Okay, Glenn, are you there? You look like you're not connected to the sound to me, but you might be one of these standalone colors that's showing up. I don't know. You look muted to me, maybe. Glenn, if you can hear me and you're just not being able to participate, would you mind sending me a note in the chat panel? Let me know that you've got audio. Okay, I'm going to come back to Glenn here. Oh, okay. You can hear, and so you do have audio. Okay, I can't hear you, so I don't know if you're one of these. Did you dial in separately on a phone? Yes, okay. So I'm going to try unmuting some of these phones and see if we can maybe hear you on one of these. Okay, are you able to speak now, Glenn?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Okay.
Okay, good morning. My name is Glenn Alvarez. I work with California State University. I'm calling from Oakland. I am a solutions analyst with California State University East Bay.
Okay. Well, welcome. So you've gotten up very early this morning.
Yes.
You'll be done early. That's the good news about that, though, right?
Good.
Yeah. I had to observe a class recently. As instructors, we observe other instructors and give feedback from time to time. And I had to observe someone that was teaching a class in London. And I'm in Central Time Zone myself. So that was like a 2 a.m. start. But, I was done by lunchtime. So, all right. Well, welcome. Okay, so next up we have Jean-Paul. Okay, so you guys are here together. So another early riser, at least today. Yeah. All right. Well, perfect. Yeah, exactly. You guys will be done kind of by midday your time. So that'll be perfect. All right. Well, welcome, John Paul. Okay. Next, I have Mara, and again, she sent me the private message there, which I did the introduction on behalf of. So I'm going to go ahead and skip over Mara, and let's go to Michael.
Hi there, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you perfect.
Great. Hi, everybody. I'm Michael Kinslinger. I work for a digital ad agency in Baltimore called Havas. I've been using ExactTarget and Salesforce since about 2014. I really like it. I like what it enables me to do. The only tricky part for me is that each of the clients that I work on has a different mid, and there's slightly different setups. So I'm sort of constantly having to remind myself, these guys have a different version, these folks have this. So interested in learning more about Journey Builder and sort of learning how to do more advanced concepts.
You make an interesting point, and I think that is probably true more of our marketing cloud than any other cloud at Salesforce, is that depending on what a customer has purchased and implemented, they can have a little different instance going on for sure. So yeah, I think that would be challenging as a consultant.
Never boring.
Yeah, exactly. Never boring. I've done a little consulting in my life as well, so I know what you mean. You're constantly learning and discovering there based on what that client has done. So, all right. Well, welcome, Michael. Okay. Last but not least, we've got Tammy. All right, Tammy, you appear to still be on mute to me. Let me try unmuting you on my end and see if that doesn't do it for you. Okay, I've unmuted you here. Are you
hear me now?
Tammy? Oh, we can hear you perfect now.
Okay. This is Tammy Holmes from Mid-Hudson Valley Federal Credit Union, and we're in Kingston, New York.
Ah, okay. So an East Coaster. Perfect. All right. Well, welcome, Tammy. Okay, guys. Well, thanks, everyone, for taking a few moments there and introducing yourselves. Tammy, I think I may have just accidentally overridden your mute. I didn't mean to click on that, but let me unmute you from my end and give you that control back. I think I just stole that from you. So there you go. Okay, there you go. Okay, Glenn, I'm seeing your note. So you have another coworker who signed up for class but didn't get the email. Oh, interesting. What's that person's name? Gavin O'Connor. Okay, I don't see Gavin on my roster, but they sent me my roster a couple days ago. So if he signed up in the last few days, that could have missed my roster. He did? Okay, a late registrant. Interesting. I'm surprised that they didn't capture that. That's pretty unusual for our ops team. Is Gavin wanting to participate today? If so, I can make a notation and talk to our ops team and just make sure they match that up with the billing, but he's online with you. Okay, well, perfect. Okay, so thanks for letting me know. Okay, well, Gavin, do you want to say hello to the group real quick? Maybe introduce yourself real quickly? Is Gavin able to do that? Maybe not. Okay, well, Glenn, if you want...
No, he's not able to.
He's not able to. Okay, well, if he wants to dial in on his own, Glenn, you can actually take the WebEx email that you have and forward it. And he can
I tried doing that.
And it didn't work?
I tried doing that, but he's not able. Yeah, he's not able to get to the WebEx.
Interesting. Can you send me Gavin's email address real quickly in the chat panel, and let me just forward that to someone on our team, yeah. And is he being able to kind of participate with you in the meantime?
Yeah, I'll try to find a way to do that.
Okay. I can get him a login for him to do the exercises here. I just want to make sure he can actually see the WebEx and hear me okay. But if you want to send me his email, I will forward that off to our ops team real quickly and see if they can't get him his own WebEx login here pretty quickly. Okay, guys, hold on just a second. Let me shoot an email real quick on behalf of Gavin here over to our team. Okay, Gavin. And on the O'Connor, there really isn't the apostrophe in the email address. I see that in your thing, but I just want to make sure there is the apostrophe in the email address. No, okay. All right, let me get rid of that. So it's O'Connor with no apostrophe. Okay, I want to make sure that this goes through right. Okay, CSU East Bay. .edu. Okay, so Gavin, I have gotten that sent off to our operations team. Hopefully they will get that turned around here pretty quickly. And I hope it's not too painful for you to be listening in with Glenn at the moment. But we'll see if we can't get that resolved for you here pretty quick. In fact, Glenn and Gavin, when you get the email from our operations team, would one of you send me a little note in the chat panel and just let me know everything's been resolved, so that I'll know I don't need to keep banging on their door? Okay, so let me know whenever you guys get that. Okay, so, well, that's our introduction. So I think we'll go ahead and move on. Again, thank you guys for taking a moment to do that. But let's go ahead and talk about our scenario for today. So if you've taken our 4-day email essentials course before, which probably some of you have and maybe some of you haven't, but if you've taken that before, you'll be familiar with this brand that you see on my next slide here. All of our Marketing Cloud training curriculum is written around a scenario of a retail brand called Northern Trail Outfitters. So the scenario here this week is that you are the email marketer for this organization. And so our examples and our exercises are centered around this particular retail brand. So if you've taken that email course before, that 4-day email course, this is a continuation of that scenario essentially. But for those of you that this might be your first Marketing Cloud class, let me introduce the brand to you. So Northern Trail Outfitters is an outdoor kind of clothing and gear retail brand. So think REI, okay? REI, what do they have? They have hiking stuff and camping and climbing and cycling. They've got clothes, they've got gear, they've got accessories. That's kind of what Northern Trail Outfitters is all about. And in fact, if you want to get even a little more familiar with the brand, we do have a pretend fake website that is set up to correspond with these Marketing Cloud classes here. In fact, I'll send this URL to you guys real quickly, and you're welcome to go check out the brand here. Okay, so there you go, ntoretail.com, but that'll give you an idea of what the brand is all about. So again, men's stuff, women's stuff, gear stuff. So I'll let you guys poke around on that for a moment if you want to, but that'll give you a little bit of an idea about NTO. But that's going to be our scenario company that we'll work with here for setting up our journey today. Now, if we look at our agenda, you'll notice that the agenda really centers around 2 big topics. Okay, you've got a 5-point agenda here, but some of that is intro and wrap up. The agenda really does center around 2 big topics, and that's both Contact Builder and Journey Builder. And it's not uncommon for me to get a question in this class about, well, why do we spend our first couple hours talking about Content Builder if I signed up for a Journey Builder class? And the reason for that is, or not Content Builder, hello, Contact Builder. And the reason for that is that Contact Builder doesn't work without Journey Builder. So for example, if you've taken the 4-day email essentials class, you'll see that we didn't really dive into Contact Builder in that class because that class is exclusive of Journey Builder. So Contact Builder is a data model that works very beautifully within Journey Builder and creates some more robust functionality for you than what you would have with just working with your standalone data extensions, which is really more what you do in that email essentials class. So we do explore Contact Builder in this class in the context of Journey Builder and being able to create journeys maybe that are cross-channel and things like that. So the first part of our agenda is dedicated to Contact Builder. And while sometimes people have questions up front about why we're talking about Contact Builder, they almost always get to the end of that discussion and go, okay, wow, that was really helpful. And now I see totally how that fits into a conversation about Journey Builder. Okay, so hang with me through that. I think you guys will learn a lot of new and interesting things there as we go through Contact Builder. Now, once we've done that, we'll go ahead and switch gears into Journey Builder and explore, the different things you can do there. And of course, we will be building a journey today. So those are our 2 big topics. Again, we've got some intro and wrap up surrounding that, but But those are the two big agenda items here. Now, our scenario this week is going to focus around a particular journey that we're going to be building. We're going to, by the end of the day, be building out a welcome series, essentially, in Journey Builder. But based on your introductions, it sounds like there's at least a couple of you who have some prior experience working with this Marketing Cloud tool. So if that's you, please feel free to speak up as we go throughout the day and share examples or lessons learned or things that you've stumbled on. Each one of us have unique and different experiences with this tool, and I find that the students who come to this class with prior experience oftentimes have really fun examples or neat insights that they've learned in their own experience that can very nicely contribute to the conversation happening here in class. I'm going to share all the experience I have with you guys and curriculum and what I have to offer, but each of you probably have something to offer that's maybe a little different than what I might have to offer. So please feel free to do that, especially those of you that have done some of this before. Okay, I definitely want to encourage that participation. But let's go ahead and sort of set the stage here. So if you think about today's environment, we are definitely living in the age of the customer. And what I mean by that is that customers are more connected and more intelligent than ever today. Everybody walks around with a device. Everybody is connected all the time in lots of different ways. And customers expect you to know who they are today. They expect you to know who they are. They expect you to anticipate their needs, especially once they've done business with you. They very much expect that. Journey Builder fits into that very beautifully because it does allow us to create, one-to-one engagement with those customers at scale that meets the customer where they are in their unique journey with our brand. So unlike sending emails through Email Studio or Automation Studio within the email tool where we're sending one big bulk message to a lot of people, Journey Builder lets us really start to treat each customer as an individual. And that's what customers are expecting today. I know that myself as a consumer, I definitely expect that. So in my line of work, I actually travel heavily. I'm not traveling this week. I'm teaching a virtual class, but more often than not, I'm on the road teaching classes. I have certain brands that I use a lot when I travel. I tend to fly with the same airline and stay in the same hotel brand. And I have done so much business with those brands that I fully expect them to know who I am. I expect them to know me. I expect them to anticipate my needs. I expect them to know when I'm traveling or when I'm about to check in or when I'm about to show up. And they manage all that with me through either unique journeys or through an app or something else. And, Salesforce has really strived, I think, over the years to create a platform that lets you be that kind of brand to your customers, okay, with a very full-scale customer success platform. So I mentioned in my introduction that I've been working with the Salesforce platform for just shy of 2 decades now, since 2001 when I first got introduced to the Salesforce platform. And as I mentioned at that time, it was just a sales tracking tool. It was like sales pipeline management, some basic contact and activity management, and that was about it. Over the years, Salesforce has grown. They have developed new technologies. They've acquired new technologies, brought all of that together to create a very full-scale platform that lets you manage the entire customer lifecycle, from lead acquisition to the sales process and closing that deal and turning them into a customer, to servicing that customer, to building journeys that continue to grow your relationship with that customer. Okay, continue to go deeper through your use of Journey Builder in the Marketing Cloud. So a very full-scale solution today that really lets you connect to your customer in a way that just wasn't, possible 10, 15, 20 or more years ago. Okay, which again, lucky for us, is what customers are expecting. So coming back to Journey Builder as a very specific part of that overall platform, that those last 2 slides really were meant just to give you a bigger picture of how Journey Builder fits into that entire platform. But with Journey Builder, you really start to have the opportunity to treat each customer uniquely. Okay, each customer is on a unique journey with your brand. People come in through different channels. They are engaging with you at different levels, at different times, and Journey Builder really does let you treat each of those uniquely. You know, we find today that the typical demographic type of stereotyping that I think has been so common in the marketing space for so many years really isn't enough anymore. You know, the whole idea of just segmenting your customers based on, you know, gender, age, location, that doesn't go deep enough anymore. That kind of information doesn't, for example, let you know if your customer prefers shopping online versus in your store. You know, as a customer who likes shopping in a store, it might be nice if you're using a mobile channel to notify them of a store sale if they happen to be, you know, walking within a certain area around your store. But if it's someone who prefers to shop online, that might be an irrelevant notification to receive, right? That might be seen as an irritant if they don't like coming into your brick and mortar store. So information like that starts to be a game changer on how you can engage with your customers. They all have different entry points. Like I say, they're all at different places in the journey. And with Journey Builder, you start to be able to make more intelligent decisions based on their entry point, based on where they are in that journey with you. So really the journey, if I step back from the product name here, Journey Builder, and just talk about journeys more holistically, the journey really becomes that customer's experiences with your brand, right? The sum of all of their interactions with your brand is that particular customer's unique experience with your brand. That is their journey with your brand, all right? The sum of their interactions with you, because as I said earlier, customers expect you to be with them today, but especially after they've made a purchase, they really expect you to know who they are and where they are at, anticipating their needs. Okay, so that's really the goal here with creating these customer journeys, is letting us engage uniquely, one-on-one, and doing something that we can manage at scale. Okay. So whether you are just now acquiring a customer, okay, or whether it's part of an onboarding process or a first purchase, or trying to figure out how to further engage with that customer for more of a long-term relationship, Journey Builder really lets you address all of those different parts of the customer life cycle and not treat everyone the same, right? Not treat everyone like they just made their first purchase, but only treat the customers who actually made their first purchase like they've just made the first purchase. Okay, so that's really the uniqueness here. I know teaching the email class the last 4 days, I know most of you weren't in that class, but I suspect some of you have had that class before. But you know, I got a question actually earlier this week, and it was like someone asking me to try to explain the difference between sending an email through Automation Studio versus sending one through Journey Builder. That 4-day class doesn't go very deeply into Journey Builder. And so they were trying to get a little bit of an idea of the difference. And what we've just walked through on these last couple slides is in fact the difference, right? To be able to treat a customer who just made a purchase, their first purchase, with maybe a series of communications related to that without having to send that to all of my customers is the difference between Automation Studio and Journey Builder, right? Automation Studio, really great for that mass kind of bulk messaging, single call to action kind of stuff. But if you want more of that unique hand-holding experience with your customers, Journey is going to let you create that kind of experience. Okay? So that's a little bit of a high level about what Journey Builder is about and the why. Now, how do we know how to go create the right journeys, right? How do we know what journeys we should be creating? And I think that really starts with asking the right kind of questions. And some of those key questions are here on my slide, right? One, you need to know who your customer is, right? Who is your customer? Where are they in that journey? What are the different touch points that someone could potentially be on in that journey? How are our customers engaging with us today? What are we doing today, if anything, to move them along in that journey? How are we measuring that? Do we have metrics around that? Do we know what our KPIs are? Do we know how those align to our company's overall business goals? Those are some really good key questions, I think, that are important to think about on the front end of building any journey to make sure you're creating the right kind of journeys. Now, you'll see in your exercise guide, there's an activity here to go answer some of those key questions. And rather than doing that right now, what I really like to do is throw those questions out to you guys a little bit more rhetorically. What I want you to do throughout the day today is think about these questions, maybe make a notation off in your own notes to the side of your course materials or whatever else you're doing. And really, as we go through the material today, contemplate these questions for your own use case in real life, okay? Your own use case back at work. Obviously, here in training, we use a use case around this Northern Trail Outfitters example just to give us something common to talk about and work with in a training environment. But in the back of your mind, I want you to be contemplating these questions for your own implementation. Who are my customers? Where are they? How am I engaging with them? How am I moving them along? How am I going to measure success? What does that look like in terms of my company's goals? And we'll regroup on this at the end of the day. Okay, so let me throw those out to you guys, like I say, more as rhetorical questions to think about throughout the day. All right, so that's a little bit of the 30,000-foot view there on what Journey Builder is all about, and really the most important question, which is the why. Why am I building journeys? Okay, and it's for that one-to-one engagement with your customer. Okay, so as we start to get a little bit more into the agenda here, like I say, we're going to spend our first bit of time talking about Contact Builder. Again, Contact Builder is a data model that works quite beautifully within the Journey Builder context. It's not supported with Email Studio, which is why we don't dig into it in Email Studio. We group it into this Journey Builder class instead because it is supported with Journey Builder. So quite often what we see is when companies upgrade into Journey Builder, they'll often use Contact Builder as their data model rather than maybe what they were doing over in Email Studio without Journey Builder. You certainly don't have to, but it's a common scenario for us to see that. So it makes sense to put these two topics together in a day-long course about Journey Builder. All right, so we're going to dig into Contact Builder here first. So before we get too far into that, let's take a moment here to define what a contact is, okay, and make sure that everybody knows what we're talking about here when we say contact. So a contact is really nothing more than a person who has a record in the Marketing Cloud. Okay, that's what a contact is. And the contact record within Contact Builder includes all of that contact's demographic information, as well as all of the behavioral data that Marketing Cloud has collected about that person. Now, one of the beautiful things about Contact Builder is that it is cross-channel. So without Contact Builder, okay, in a Marketing in a Cloud account where you don't have Contact Builder, what you would find is that there are system tables that track all this data separately. So in a world without Contact Builder, you would have, for example, over in Email Studio, you would have subscriber table. In Mobile Connect, there's a Mobile Connect demographics table. In Personalization Builder, you get these PI profiles. It's a different table with your people data in it, and there's different unique identifiers in each of those tables. So over in Email Studio, it's the subscriber key. If you were working with Mobile Connect, it'd be the contact ID. In Personalization Builder, it's the email. That's a lot of different tables with a lot of different unique IDs that all really mean the same thing. So the beauty of Contact Builder is that it pulls all that together. Okay, it pulls all that together and gives you a single view with a single contact ID that brings all of the demographic and behavioral information that you have about a person in the Marketing Cloud together into one space, one data model that can be utilized for creating your journeys. Okay, so that's the big beauty there of Contact Builder, is that single view of your customer. Now, when I say single view, I don't only mean single view of the tables within Marketing Cloud, but it also lets you link data from Salesforce's other clouds. So if you're connected, let's say, to Salesforce's Sales Cloud or Service Cloud, that data can be accumulated there, as well as any other external sources. Okay, so it's a pretty broad view of a contact, depending on how far out you decide to associate all of that. Now, I mentioned that Contact Builder works within the context of Journey Builder, also works with Mobile Studio, also works with predictive intelligence. So some of the Einstein tools, you'll see that Contact Builder is available there. But you'll notice that Contact Builder does not work with Email Studio, which is why we don't talk about it per se in our 4-day Email Studio class. Okay, so that's why Contact Builder is discussed in the Journey Builder class, because that's the primary area that people are using Contact Builder as a data model. Okay, so let's see here. With Contact Builder, this tool lets you create data extensions and store information in them that ultimately get related back to a contact and can be related to one another to create extensions of your data. You can import into these things, but you can build some pretty complex table structure relationships here that all center around a single contact. Gives you a single point of view, a single place that can be referenced for your customer data when building the journey. So if you look at the example on the slide here, we've got a contact key over on the left-hand side, but there's all kinds of data here related back to that contact. I can see abandoned cart information. I can see demographic information from my all subscriber table. I've got store locations. I've got product information. These tables have all been linked to one another and ultimately linked back to a contact key. So from a single contact record, I could extend out here into some pretty deep information that can be utilized in personalizing that customer's journey. Okay, so that's the goal here. So any of you who maybe have taken that 4-day email course or maybe just are familiar with the Email Studio platform, you guys know that you can do data extension table combinations in those tools by writing SQL queries. But what you're going to find here in Contact Builder is that we don't have to query those. Okay, we're going to be able to point and click our way through our table combinations without having to write SQL statements. Okay, which is really nice, especially if you're not really a SQL writer. Okay, so we're going to be getting into Contact Builder here momentarily, and what you're going to find when we click into Contact Builder is that there's a toolbar along the top of the screen once you get into there that has a couple of different, maybe a handful of different tools available for us, and we're going to explore each of these in this first module in our course here. We're going to talk about what Data Designer is, but just a little preview snippet here. Data Designer lets us create different attribute groups from our data extensions that will support the customization of our journeys. Okay, so we'll actually do one of those here in a little bit. There's an all contact section, which is exactly what it says. It's really the database of all the contacts. There's something in there called data sources that really lets you essentially tag your data to see where it came from. Okay, we'll talk about the why and the how on that here in a moment. Data extensions, of course, you can have data extensions in Contact Builder. Again, data extensions just being your tables of data. And again, we can build complex relationships, point and click, with those in Contact Builder. There is an import tool. So just like you have over in Email Studio, you've got an import tool here that lets you add or update or even overwrite data in a data extension. And then we'll be looking at this contacts configuration as well. Okay, but these are the various tools available in Contact Builder. for managing our data. So let's start with data extensions first. Okay, for some of you, if you've, like I say, been formally trained in the Email Studio course, this may be a little bit of review. If you've just got hands-on experience, this might be some review as well, but let's make sure that we sort of level set here and make sure everybody does in fact know what a data extension is in the Marketing Cloud. So a data extension in the Marketing Cloud is nothing more than a table of data. Okay, that's it. It is simply a table, and it can be a table that centers around any kind of data, not necessarily just subscriber or contact data. It is simply a table. So think Excel spreadsheet here. What kind of data can you put into an Excel spreadsheet? You can put any kind of data you want into an Excel spreadsheet, right? Same concept here. That is really what a data extension is. It's simply a table, and you can put any kind of information into it that you want. So some of the common information we tend to think about is the subscriber data. You see that one outlined in orange here on my screen because that's so commonly what we think, oh, I need my subscriber my data in my data extension. And yes, you do need subscriber data in your data extensions, but you can have a whole lot of other types of data extensions. You see some examples here on the screen, some common examples. This is by no means an all-inclusive list, but things like, product tables or catalogs, web analytics, browsing history, store information, abandoned cart information, e-commerce information, you name it. If you can put it into an Excel spreadsheet, you can put it into a data extension. Now, why would I have data extensions that have data that's not subscriber data if my ultimate goal is to send an email? Well, we do that for two reasons, okay? What we use those additional data extensions for typically falls into one of two buckets. It's either to do very fine-tuned advanced segmentation, really narrowing down our audience to a very specific audience based on additional information we have in those data extensions, or it's commonly used for advanced personalization, okay? Making an email that is so heavily personalized to that person that they feel it was handcrafted by somebody just for them. Okay, so advanced segmentation, advanced personalization, that's what we do with this additional information. Okay, but we'll get into that a little bit more later. But for now, just keep in mind a data extension, nothing more than a table of data that can be used to store any type of information. Now let's get back and talk about the contact for a moment here. So within Contact Builder, you can track demographic information against your contacts. You'll see some probably really common demographic information here on this slide with a subscriber key and an email address, a first and last name, a birthday, an opt-in date. You might get into location information or gender information, or there's just some common demographics that people often track. Now, that demographic information that you track about your contacts within Contact Builder is referred to as attributes. Okay, kind of a Marketing Cloud terminology there, attributes. So for those of you who are used to working with data extensions over in Email Studio, this same sort of information in Email Studio is referred to as fields. Right? We call them fields on our data extensions within the context of Email Studio. But when we're creating this demographic information against the contact record, Marketing Cloud is going to refer to them as attributes. So there's just a terminology thing there to be aware of when you're working in the application. Just be aware that maybe first name would be called a field over in Email Studio, but it's going to be referred to as an attribute in the context of Content Builder. Let's see, what else do I want to say about that one for right now? Probably that's it. So let's go ahead here and in fact, before I start to get into our scenario here, we're starting to come up on the mid-morning point, and I may go ahead and have us take our first little middle of the morning break. This next slide here, when you guys see these slides, these are scenario slides that start to take us down a path that leads to an exercise, and there's normally not a good stopping place in the middle of those, which there's really not in the middle of this one. So I think rather than starting this and having to stop at an awkward place, we will go ahead and take our mid-morning break. I normally take that around 10:15 or 10:30, and it's about 10:20 right now. So let's go ahead and give ourselves a 15-minute break here. That'll let everyone take a bio break, get a beverage, do whatever else you need to do to come get settled back in. So we'll call it 10:20 right now and plan to come back at 10:35. So 15 minutes from now, we will return and we'll talk about this welcome series that we're going to set up. And we'll go ahead and get you guys logged in, get into Contact Builder, and start building our attribute groups. Okay, so one thing that I would ask during break times, if you guys will look at the icons you have available in that participant panel, the same place that you found your green check mark earlier, you'll see a happy face in that footer. And if you click the menu next to that happy face, you'll see that you have a coffee cup icon. Okay, simply click into that happy face menu. You'll find the coffee cup. If I could, I'd like to ask that you put your coffee cups up while you're out on break, while you step away from the computer. Just kind of lets me know when people are there and when they are not there. So if you want to put that up, indicating you've stepped away for break, and then just pull it down when you come back. I try to get back a few minutes early in case you guys need me for questions. I'll pull my coffee cup down once I'm back as well, so you'll know that I'm back. But again, if you're not quite finding that, go back to the same place you got your green check mark earlier, the footer of your participant panel there, and click the menu next to the happy face emoji, and you'll find the coffee cup in there. Okay, if you don't find it, don't stress, but that's where it's at. All right, so let's go ahead and declare it break time, and I will see you guys back at 35 minutes after the hour, and we'll continue from there. Okay, guys, I am back. Thank you for your patience with that. I can't say I've ever had that happen while I was teaching a virtual class. Such is summer in the southern part of the United States, right? Those of you that are Southerners will know what I'm talking about. We get a lot of wasps this time of year, but yeah, that one was crawling right in front of my eyes here as I was trying to teach. So I had to take care of that, but thank you for that. So let's see here. So Michael, you were asking, it looks like for login information. Let me pull that back up here for you real quickly. Is this what you were looking for, Michael? Yeah, okay. And Gavin, is everything good on your end? Are you in and all of that good stuff? Your connectivity is good at this point? I didn't see anything else from you, but I'm hoping that all got worked out. Okay. All right, guys. Okay, perfect. Okay, so I think we've got everyone situated now. Passwords, connections, and me WASP free here in my office. Gosh, that was startling to look up and see that. But we are ready to talk about Journey Builder now. So again, it's kind of like when I teach our 4-day email class, people come on day one wanting to automate, but there's a lot of building blocks you have to have in place before you're ready to automate something. Same thing with Journey Builder. We can start building journeys, but if we haven't dealt with the data model that works with Journey Builder, then we're not going to ultimately be able to get those emails out to anyone. So that was what that whole conversation was around Contact Builder. But we're ready to dive into the journey portion of this. So we're going to be looking at a number of things in this next section. We will talk about what Journey Builder is and really clearly define the why part of it, right? Why would I use Journey Builder? Make sure you guys understand the basic components of building a journey. We will also be talking about how your contacts get injected into the journey. And again, you can build the most beautiful journey ever, but if you can't get those contacts into it, nobody's going to be receiving any messaging. Okay, so we'll talk about the injection. We'll talk about something called an entry event as well, and what the difference is there maybe between that and having a data extension entry point. We'll be talking about goals and how we can set goals and measure attainment against those goals with Journey Builder. And then, of course, the final output here being that we will configure and test a journey. Okay, so that's our game plan here for this afternoon. So with Journey Builder, you know, when I try to describe the why to people, what I would say about Journey Builder is Journey Builder really is about getting the right message to the right person at the right time. Okay, with Automation Studio, many times we can get the right message to the right person, but maybe the timing's off for where that person is in their journey. But Journey Builder really lets you make data-driven decisions about when somebody receives a certain type of message. So with Journey Builder, we can really wait, listen, and watch for the customer to do something and have Journey Builder respond based on that action, which really ensures that not only do you have the right message, but that you've delivered it at the right time. That really is the idea here. Keep in mind with Journey Builder that it is multi-channel. Okay, it does support multi-channel campaigns. Our example here in class today is going to be email focused, but just know that if you have other digital channels enabled in your Marketing Cloud account, those are supported, of course, with Journey Builder. So Journey Builder is drag and drop, guys. It is so easy and friendly to use. It's just kind of hard to mess it up. If you drag something into the wrong place, you just delete it or drag it somewhere else. So it doesn't take a lot of technical expertise. It's an easy to use interface. It really allows for the non-technical marketer to be able to send something that appears to be very technical and very targeted. Okay, so it lets you do something that maybe you needed a more technical audience to do prior to Journey Builder. All right, so you'll see another example of a journey here. This is not the journey we're going to build today. You guys saw that one earlier, but this is another example of a journey, and I want to use this to talk about a few more little things here that I want to point out on the screen before we make our way toward the journey that we are going to build. So I pointed out earlier on the slide that we looked at the entry source. Those are defined on the left side of your canvas when you start a journey. We say what that source is, whether that's a data extension or an automation or some sort of event-based attribute in our contact extension. Maybe it's something coming from the API, maybe it's something coming from Salesforce's other clouds. All of those are options, but those get defined on the left-hand side here. You'll see up in the upper right-hand corner some icons that allow for defining exit criteria and other settings. So exit criteria being, filters or conditions that we create that would cause somebody to leave a journey. You'll see down here at the bottom the little thing that popped up on the slide that says channel activity, but really a channel activity is anything that appears in blue within the journey. So the color coding does indicate different types of things, and all of your channel activities are blue. Again, ours are all going to be email channel activities today, but if you had mobile or some other sort of channel going on, those channel activities show up as these blue squares. Now, the orange little diamond here, the ones that all say minutes on them, 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 7 minutes, again, those are weight activities. Again, we're using minutes here in training to simulate days. But these weights can be defined a couple of different ways. You could define them, based on a certain time period, or, it could be a point in time, or it could be a duration. Okay, I was getting my words crossed there, but I could say wait 1 day, or wait 8 hours, or wait 15 minutes, or I might say wait until 8 o'clock on Tuesday. Okay, so it could be a point in time, or it could be a duration. Either of those work. Up at the top here, this little orange diamond that you see with the question mark in it is a split activity. Split activities are generally used pretty heavily throughout a journey because these are the things that let you take people off on different paths based on, some sort of information that you have. In this case, this split is going one way or the other based on whether or not a customer reviewed a product that they recently purchased. So it lets you write conditions that send people down one path versus another. Now, you can always have people rejoin a path using your join flow control. Okay, that one would let you drag a little line in your journey and rejoin somebody maybe on the back side of a split. Maybe that might be used to let them omit something, or maybe just to take them on another path altogether and then ultimately rejoin the journey. Last thing that I'll point out here, at least on this slide, is the goal attainment. Okay, so you can define goals here around your journey. The goal that we're going to set today is a goal to look for 50% of our subscribers to make a purchase. All right, that's going to be our goal. It might be maybe a little bit of an aggressive goal for real life, but that's going to be our training room scenario goal. Okay, now when you get started with these templates, or get started building journeys, you are going to find that there's some templates available for you to use. There's not a ton of them, but there are some very good ones. My understanding is that there are some additional templates in the work that are slated for a release in the near future. I don't know exactly what that looks like, and of course Safe Harbor applies to that. But I do understand that they are working on expanding these, but the templates that are there are really good common use case scenarios, and they are built and based on best practices that come out of our Marketing Cloud Services team internally. So some of them are really simple, like the welcome journey here, but then you'll get more advanced templates that get into abandoned cart situations and things like that. Okay, so those are kind of nice. Something else that I'll mention here, you'll see the bullet point on my slide, the last bullet point here, but brand new as of last month, okay, the most recent release has the ability for you to create your own custom templates and share those across your business units. So if you've got a use case for something like that, where you want to control maybe at a parent level, at a corporate level, something about a particular type of journey, but make it available to one or more than one business unit, you now have the ability to templatize your own journeys. Okay, so a nice new feature there that I think customers have been asking for a little while. But templates really reduce clicks. It gets you a good starting place and keeps you from staring at a completely blank canvas as your starting place. So here's an example of a more simple template. This is the birthday journey with coupon. And you don't have to use these templates exactly as they are. Again, they are a framework for getting started. But if you see something in there that isn't what you want, or you want to do something different, you simply hover over that item in the journey, and you'll get a little trash can that will appear in the upper right hand corner beside each of those icons, and you can delete them, and you could drag and drop something else in its place. Something to keep in mind when you're building journeys is that all the little parts of the journey are color coded. When your journey is completely finished, everything in your journey should either be orange, green, or blue. If you're seeing gray things in your journey, which is what you're noticing here on this template, that's just a placeholder. Nothing's actually been selected for that particular thing. So where I see this gray envelope that says happy birthday, it's looking for me to choose a birthday email there, but no email's actually been attached to it yet. If it had been, it would have turned blue. So your channel activities are all blue. These weights and the other flow controls are orange. And, you know, these greens get into more starting and entry and exit sources and things like that. So there is kind of a methodology to the color coding, but that knowing that will help you identify maybe where you might have failed to attach something. Because if you see something gray in your journey, you still have a little bit of work to do on that. All right, so let's go ahead and talk about a few more specific things to know about some of those features, and then we'll get started setting up our journey today. The first is to talk a little bit more about entry source and what some of our options are for entry source. Entry source, of course, is the thing that causes a contact to be injected into a journey. You know, once they meet a criteria, they enter a journey, so contacts can come in at any time and at all different times. But it's that criteria evaluation that is going to inject them into the journey. Now, what it is it's evaluating against can really vary, and we'll talk about those here on the next slide. But something else to keep in mind with your entry sources is that you can define entry sources two different ways. So entry sources can be defined specific to a journey, but they also can be shared entries. Okay, there is a way to create shared entries, which means that you've got an entry source that's being used across more than one journey. Now, we're not going to be building that particular type of entry source today. We're going to be building one that's journey specific. But if you had a need for a shared entry source, you simply go into Journey Builder and your Marketing Cloud account. And if you look at the menu up at the top, you'll see a menu item in your toolbar called Entry Sources. And you can come define reusable entry sources up there that can be used across multiple journeys. Okay, so that's a way to deal with that if you've got something that is going to be used repetitively. Journey-specific entry sources, of course, are for the specific journey that you build them on, which is what we are going to do today. Now, the source of your data that's going to bring contacts into the journey can come from a number of different places, 5 in particular that I'm going to call out here. The first one is a data extension. That's probably the one that many of you think of when you think of entry source, is that we've got some sort of filter criteria. It's going to run against a data extension looking for the names that meet that criteria, and the people who meet the criteria will be injected into the journey, and that will run on a schedule based on however often we tell it to run. So that's, again, probably the one that most people think of initially when they think of entry source is data extension. But there's 4 others that we're going to call out here. So the second one is your Salesforce data. So again, if you're connected to Sales or Service Cloud, you can set up actions that would cause a record in Sales or Service Cloud to be injected into a journey as well. A lead, a contact, something like that over from Sales or Service Cloud could be injected into a journey. That, of course, requires that you've got Marketing Cloud Connect in place, which is the thing I sent you the little YouTube video about a little bit earlier today. The third thing that you'll see on my slide here is an API event. Okay, this, of course, anytime you see API means that we've got a developer writing some sort of code that's causing this to happen. Normally, when I see people writing API events, it's because the entry source has to do with something happening outside of the Marketing Cloud. Okay, there's something happening outside the Marketing Cloud that causes someone to need to be injected into the journey, and the developer writes an API trigger that will bring that information from the outside into Marketing Cloud and start that journey injection process. Now, 2 additional options beyond those, we've got 2 more here on the next slide. And one of those is to have someone injected into a journey from a Cloud Page Smart Capture form. Okay, so if you are using Cloud Pages, that Cloud Page Smart Capture form is a way to take data from a form and automatically inject into a journey without having to write code. Okay, this might be one example of where you can get something from the outside into Marketing Cloud without coding, is that if it's coming in via a Cloud Page Smart Capture form, those can be easily linked up as an injection place into a journey. The last one that you'll see here, the fifth one, is something called an event. Okay, and here's what an event is all about. An event injection source means that you're looking at some sort of date-based attribute about your subscriber in Contact Builder. Okay, you're looking to Contact Builder for some sort of date-based attribute and using that as the prompt that throws them into the journey. So a birthday journey might be a really great example of that. That birthday journey with coupon that we looked at earlier. How could we inject someone into the birthday journey? Well, we could have the entry source be an event that looked at the contact database to wait for somebody's birthday. Okay, and when their birthday comes around to equaling today, or today minus 7 days, or 14 days, or however much before the birthday you want to send that, you could set it up to do that. So you're looking at a date-based attribute that you know about your subscriber being stored in Contact Builder. Okay, so that's the fifth type of entry source here. Now we're going to be doing data extension entry source today, and we're going to be doing that via an automation. And you know, data extension entry sources, quick, easy, minimal configuration. Journey Builder works nicely with Automation Studio to automate that. So that's kind of a quick and easy way to do it. Not so reliant on Contact Builder per se with data extension. Okay, so let's look at our scenario here, and we'll hop into our first exercise in setting up our journey. It says here, the scenario says that Northern Trail Outfitters wants to inject customers into the welcome series for those contacts who have opted in either to newsletters or promotions, and they want this to begin, they want the welcome series to begin the following day, so the day after opt-in. So in other words, to put that into maybe filter terminology, we want contacts with an opt-in date of today minus 1 to be people who are injected into the journey. All right, so that then brings us up to an exercise here to go identify our data set and set that up via Automation Studio. Okay, Automation Studio is very commonly an entry point into Journey, so we're going to go simulate that by creating a data filter that will identify our 1 day ago opt-ins and put that into a filter activity to run via Automation Studio. Then we'll use that as the entry source into our journey. All right, so what questions do you guys have before we go take a look at this? Anything here? All right, if not, let's go ahead and get back into our Marketing Cloud orgs, and I'm going to have you guys make your way over to Email Studio for this. Now, you might be wondering, why in the world are we going to Email Studio if it's a Journey Builder class? The reason that we're heading into Email Studio is so that we can get to the subscriber toolbar to create our data filter. Okay, that's what we're coming to Email Studio for, is to create that data filter that we'll end up using to identify our 1 day ago opt-in audience. Okay, and we can build those filters over in Email Studio. So if you'll head back to your big blue cloud in the upper left-hand corner there, just to kind of reset your toolbar, go ahead and click into Email Studio. We are going to, oops, did I get logged out there? That was not what I was expecting. Let's try that again. Okay, there we go. I had a little blip there. Looked like it was trying to log me out, but all is well here. So go ahead and make your way into Email Studio. And when you get there, if you'll head to your toolbar at the top, your menu along the top of the screen, and look in the subscriber menu, we're going to scroll down to Data Filters, which is near the bottom of that list. Okay, scroll down near the bottom to data filters. And, well, I'm still seem to be having some load errors here. Is anyone else having trouble with their connectivity? Having trouble with their pages loading or anything else? Hopefully we're not having some sort of blip in our service. Let me try that again. Yeah, interesting. Am I the only one that's getting that? Okay, Tammy can't get past it. Michael says it's working fine for him. What about the rest of you? Is it working fine for the rest of you? Yeah, this is actually looking like a connectivity challenge with our service here. Okay, Gavin. Gavin, I appreciate your sense of humor there. Gavin says amazingly it's working for him. Of course, he's the one that's had all the challenges. So it looks like it's hitting about half of us. About half of you are telling me that you're getting this. So boy, this is going to get very interesting if we're having a service issue. I'm going to put my screen on pause for just a moment with you guys here, and I'm going to go check something on my end, not on my end, but on Salesforce's end around our server performance here, and just make sure we're not having some sort of an outage here. I would sure hope not, but see if that's really weird. See if I can get to other things. It's interesting. I can get to some things and not others, which it looks like about half of you are having the same challenge. Well, I can get to Content Builder, but that's not what I need. For some reason, none of my data-related things want to load. So by show of green check mark, how many of you are being affected by this? If you're getting the same sort of problem that I am, will you give me a green check mark in the chat panel? Okay, so Christina's, no. Okay, so the check marks are coming. So Tammy is being affected by this. Michael's being affected. Glenn's being affected. Everybody else is able to get the screen to load though, huh? Interesting. Oh no, Michael, you're good. Okay, so it's just Tammy and Glenn that are having the same issue as me. Okay, interesting. So I am going to try one other thing on my end, and yeah, Tammy, I'm going to try what you're trying. I'm going to try logging out and logging back in. So let me see. I'm always a little hesitant to do that in case I can't get back in, but let's see what we've got here. So just try a fresh login and see if that doesn't somehow resolve the issue. And it did not. Okay, that is very bizarre. Let me actually do a hard log out here and try that this time so that it forces me to come back in. Yeah, so for those of you that are trying to log in again, oops, I've got my thing wrong. The password is all lowercase, journey@1. Okay, if you are one of the people that is trying to log back in, journey@1. Okay, Tammy says that didn't work for her. And Tammy, that did not work for me either. Interesting. Didn't work for Glenn either. So it's me, Tammy, and Glenn. So I'm going to shoot a quick note over to someone on our operations team and just make sure there's not some sort of performance issue going on in our training environment that I should be aware of. All right, let me make sure there's not something here. Let me shoot her this note. Make sure there's not something going on in our training environment that would be highly unusual here. I can't say I've ever experienced this one before. And let me check one other thing on my end here real quickly. Going to pause you guys again real quickly so that I can go look at another internal system here. We are a little challenged with technology today in a way that I'm not normally. Okay, I'm looking at something else here. Tammy, I see that you went and tried another stack and it's not working over there either. I mean another browser. Sorry about that. I was looking at two things at once. Didn't work over there either. Let me try a Safari here. If it was just me, I'd walk you guys through, but I hate that a couple of you are having this issue as well. I want to see if we can't reasonably try to get this resolved. And if not, we'll come up with a plan B. I'm not sure what that is yet, but we'll come up with one. Oops, let's see there. Okay, so that would be So let me try Safari and see if okay, interesting that worked for me over in Safari. Let me go back to Chrome and see if I can get things to compare over there. That's really bizarre. Okay, interesting. I am unable to make that work for myself in Chrome, but I was able to do it in Safari. So for the two of you that are having the same issue, Tammy and Glenn, I don't know if you, so Tammy, it looks like you tried it in IE11. I don't know if either of you have access to try Safari. That would be odd to me that we would not be able to do this in Chrome as a supported browser. And I'm assuming some of the others of you that are fine are in Chrome, I would assume. But Tammy, Glenn, you only have Chrome and IE11. Yeah, both of which should be supported browsers, right? Let's see here. And Glenn, what about you? Do you have access to maybe try Safari? Not working for you. Okay. Here's what I'm going to suggest for Tammy and Glenn. I've shot a little note over to our operations team with both of your org IDs, my own included actually here, to have them do a little investigation into why we would be having a problem in those orgs using supported browsers. In the meantime, I think what I'm going to suggest is maybe that you two watch this exercise. We're going to be getting the data together for the injection point in the journey, but this would not stop you from building the journey here in a moment, okay? So I think in the absence of not having any other ideas on how to resolve this, I've shot it over to our operations team. Since I've got mine showing up in Safari, I'm going to go ahead and demo the exercise for the rest of the group to do. If you guys don't mind maybe just watching this one, we'll see if getting into Journey Builder, if you're not able to continue with the rest of the exercises, then on the back side, maybe it will resolve itself and you'll be able to come back and do it. But I'm not sure what else to try at this point without another suggestion from our ops team. I can't say that I've ever had that happen in this class before, so I've tried all of my ideas. So if hopefully you guys are okay with that. Just watching this one, okay? So for the rest of you, thank you for being patient there while we tried to resolve that issue. It looks like at least I have a workaround. So we're going to go ahead and continue here. So let me switch over to my other browser. What I had you guys doing was heading into Email Studio. Under that subscriber menu, of course, down to data filters. And I'm going to have you guys create a data filter. So in the upper right-hand corner, let's go ahead and hit the Create button. And we're going to tell it here that we want to create a data extension. That's going to be the output of running our filter, is to create the data extension. Go ahead and click OK. And the data extension that I want you guys to use is the data extension that has the one called Master Subscriber that has your org ID, your 4-digit org ID attached to it. So I'm just using one here called Master Subscriber, but you guys should have one that says Master Subscriber followed by your org number. So choose your 4-digit code there. We'll go ahead and click OK. And we're going to create our filter criteria here. Now, if you'll recall, what we're looking for is people that have opted in either to receive newsletters or promotions, and that they did this opt-in yesterday. So we've got a couple different parts to this filter we're going to pull in. We're going to start by pulling in both our newsletter and our promotion data extension fields. Those will both default to true, which is what we want. Okay, newsletter equals true, promotion equals true. And then for the third filter, we're going to pull in our opt-in date, and we're going to set that to say opt-in date is equal to today minus 1 day. Okay, opt-in date is equal to today minus 1 day. Now, when you get all three of those filters completed, you'll notice out on the far right-hand side, of course, you've got that little end wrapper out there, which is well and good for part of that, but not all of that. We really didn't want an and between the newsletter and the promotion. We wanted an or between newsletter and promotion. So I want you guys to hover over the end cap there of newsletter and promotion. When it wraps those in the little blue end wrapper, go ahead and click on it. It will turn into an and for newsletter promotion, but if you click it again, you'll get an or. All right, so if you want to take a look at my screen for a moment there, you're turning an or on the newsletter promotion with an and on the broader wrapper there. Okay, so Michael's got a question here about does the order of these things matter? And no, it doesn't, so long as you're able to get the or between the newsletter and promotion. So, newsletter and promotion would probably most easily be dealt with if they were together, but you certainly could have, like, say, for example, the opt-in date first, and then the newsletter and promotion after that. You just want to be able to put the or there between the newsletter and the promotion. Okay. All right, so once you're done with that, go ahead and click the Save button. We're going to name this filter. We're going to call it Opt-in Today minus 1 day. Okay, Opt-in Today minus 1 day. And we'll go ahead and save this data filter. All right, what we are going to do now is head to Automation Studio and stick this filter into an activity. And I, just out of curiosity, am going to try a browser thing on my end and actually see if it lets me go back to the other place now. Interesting, and it does. So I'm going to head back to Chrome here and continue just because I have my WebEx visibility for you guys set a little bit better for Chrome than I did in Safari there. So I was able to get through that one element over in Safari, but I'm going to go ahead and switch back over and hope I can continue on now here in Chrome. Okay, so make your way to Automation Studio. Again, you get to that by going through Journey Builder. So head to your big blue cloud in the upper left-hand corner. Make your way over to Journey Builder and click into Automation Studio. And when you get there, I want you to head to the Activities tab at the top of the screen in Automation Studio. Okay, go ahead and head to the Activities tab, and we're going to create an activity here. All right, and our activity is going to be a filter activity, so select Filter there. Click Next in the lower right-hand corner. And we're going to name this filter. We're going to call it opt-in date yesterday. Okay, that's what we'll call our activity here. And on the filter definition, down here where you have your list of all of your data filters, choose the data filter called opt-in today minus 1 day. Okay, opt-in today minus 1 day. When you're done with that, you can click Next. The next step here is to create a name for the resulting data extension. Okay, the data extension that will be the result of running this filter, we're naming it right now. And we are going to call this opt-in date is yesterday. You'll notice that I'm creating this without spaces in my name. That's a personal habit to do that with data extension names. So I'm just going to follow my own practice there. I tend to name data extension names and fields without spaces because it makes querying those things a little bit easier, but you certainly don't have to do that here. Okay, but we are naming a data extension here, the output data extension from the filter. And when you're done with that, you can go ahead and click Next and Finish. Okay, Next and Finish. Okay, so at this point, we've created a data filter. We've stuck that filter into an activity, and now we're going to automate that activity. All right, so for the final step here, if you'll look back to the toolbar at the top of the screen there and change out of that Activities tab into the Overview tab, we're going to say that we want to create a new automation. If you'll head to the upper left-hand corner of that automation work screen, you'll see a white box that says Untitled Automation. Go ahead and click into that, and we're going to call this Welcome Journey. Okay, we will call it Welcome Journey. And click Done. And the first part of creating this automation is to set the schedule. Okay, so the starting source. And the starting source is going to be a schedule. So if you'll look at your left-hand sidebar where you have your two starting sources there, schedule or file drop, we're going to choose the one that says schedule and drag it into Automation Studio and line it up with the starting source circle there that you see in the canvas. Go ahead and drop it off. Next thing that we are going to do, we're not actually going to define that schedule yet, by the way. Okay, we're going to tell it that it's going to be on a schedule, but we're not actually going to define that yet. We'll deal with that a little bit later when we get ready to drop this into our journey. So just move that schedule icon over as the starting source. The next thing we're going to do is put a step 1 into our automation by adding our filter activity. So for the next part of this, if you'll head to your left sidebar there under Activities, I want you to grab the activity called Filter. It's the one that looks like a funnel. Drag it and drop it into your automation there as your step 1. And you'll click into your filter activity there to go choose the filter you just created for opt-in date yesterday. All right, select your opt-in date yesterday filter. Click Done. Once you've created that step 1, go ahead and save your automation here. And then I want to have you guys set up notifications on this for completion and runtime errors. So if we do get some errors, you guys will get notifications about those. The way that you're going to do that is I want you to go into the Activity tab here on your workflow, not the Activities tab all the way at the top of the screen, but the activity, singular, that is directly on the workflow. If you'll go into there and look in the left-hand sidebar, you'll see that you have the ability to set up notifications via email for runtime errors and for completion notifications. And I want you to put an email address in for both of those. All right, and once you're done with that, go ahead and save your automation again. All right, so what we have done here with creating this filter and filter activity and sticking it into an automation is essentially created the entry source for our journey, is what we've done here. This is going to be an entry source that will automatically run to look for opt-ins yesterday, okay? So that's what we have managed to do here. Just by chance, while we were doing that, Tammy, Glenn, I know you guys were doing some watching, but did either of you by chance try to get into that part of Email Studio again and have any success? Just curious if that issue might have resolved. You tried again, but no success. Okay. Gosh darn it. Okay, it looks like I've gotten a... Okay, so I'm getting a few notices here back from our ops team that I sent out. They said there are no performance issues. So if we're working with supported browsers, all 3 of our ops team members have suggested clearing cache, which is interesting because I did that last night on my computer. I do that right before I teach a class all the time, and I was getting it. But if you 2 have not tried that, Tammy and Glenn, that might be another suggestion that I didn't really think of earlier. But you could try clearing the cookies and cache in your browser and see if that didn't resolve the issue. Okay, that might be my next suggestion, is to give that a whirl. Okay. All right, for the rest of you, how's everyone doing? Any questions about this one? Oops, let me close this. All right. Okay, so that takes care of our entry source. So we're going to be ready at this point to go actually define our journey. Okay, a little bit of groundwork that it goes into being ready to actually start that. But the hard work at this point is over. We've dealt with the data extension piece. We've talked about the content builder piece. We've got the entry sources ready to go. You guys are going to find that by the time you get around to actually creating the journey, that your hard work is done. You're really just dragging and dropping the product of all of your prep work into a flow at that point. This really is the easy part. So when we go do this, we're going to be clicking into Journey Builder here into the next exercise. We'll name our journey, of course, at the top. And we're going to be setting an entry source here based on a data extension. And our data extension is going to be the output data extension from the previous exercise. With Glenn and Tammy on this one, if we get to this portion and either you weren't able to resolve the issue with the browser there, or you weren't able to get an entry source, I'm going to have you guys, if you might be able to access one of our colleagues' numbers there and grab a file from somebody else just to define your entry source. The 3 of us, maybe on a break time this afternoon, can go back and look at that one if this cache trick works for you guys, if that clears up the browser. But we'll find a file for you guys to use as a start source. But that's what we're going to be doing here, is defining that output data extension as our entry source. Okay. Now, some other things that we define when we set up our entry source. Not only will we choose the data extension that's output from the automation we just created, but we're also going to create a contact entry setting. And you'll see the 3 setting options here on the screen. The first setting option is that somebody can re-enter the journey at any time, re-entry any time. So this means that somebody could hypothetically be in the same journey multiple times simultaneously and be at different places in the journey. Now, why would that happen with somebody? It depends on what the journey is all about. Let's say that you've got a journey that kicks off in response to someone having submitted a case over in Service Cloud, and they've submitted 3 different cases this week about 3 different instances. Well, in that case, they would be injected into this journey each time they submitted a case, and they would be at a little different place in the journey because of the timing of the different case submissions. Okay, so that might be an example of re-entry at any time. The second option you have there is re-entry only after exiting. Okay, so somebody can come back through a journey, but they can't get injected into the journey while they're still in it. So maybe a good example of that might be a birthday journey or an anniversary journey, for example. Everybody runs through it once a year, but they don't come back in until they have exited and some amount of time has gone by. The third option you'll see there is a no re-entry. This would be a journey that somebody can only go through once. They would never come back through the journey again. A welcome journey is probably a really great example of that. Maybe a contest or a sweepstakes or something like that might be a no re-entry as well, kind of an example. But we'll define that as part of the entry settings. Now, something else that we're going to define as part of the getting started is to deal with the default email address and mobile phone selections for the contacts that are getting injected into the journey. We're going to have a choice here about whether to use the email address and mobile phone number from their contact record, or whether to use an email address and phone number from your entry source, which in this case is a data extension. So depending on what it is you're doing, you might decide to point to one versus the other, but you do have an option there around whether to use contact data or whether to use some other data extension that might happen to be your entry source for a journey. Okay, so that's a choice in Journey Builder when you're setting up your journey. Other thing that we're going to define up front here is our exit criteria. So this is like creating filters. We're writing conditions that would remove a contact from a journey. Okay, what would cause someone to leave the journey? These can be very simple. These can be very complex. They do help to give you a good understanding as to why a contact exits a journey. And notice the little notation here. The evaluation of these things happens at the expiration of wait activities. Okay, so at the expiration of a wait activity, your exit criteria filter are evaluated to determine whether or not somebody should leave the journey at that point. All right, so those are a few little FYIs there that have to do with some of the initial setup of the journey. Okay, but that takes us into the next exercise here where we're going to go actually do some of that. Now, just a little technology check here. Tammy, Glenn, were either of you able to clear cache and cookies and potentially get logged back in and see if that resolved any issues for you? Didn't resolve the issue. Interesting. Okay, on Glenn's. What about Tammy's? Were you able to give that a go? Oops, looks like maybe Tammy may have stepped away. Okay, so Glenn, on yours, I would think you should be able to get in and do this next portion. Okay, Tammy, you're just now trying it. I gotcha. Okay, I'm hopeful that you guys will be fine on this next part, though. So the thing that's going to be a little bit different is trying to choose the entry source. And so I have a little bit different view than you guys do as the instructor. But Tammy and Glenn, I'm going to see here on the entry source definition If you're not able to, maybe just choose somebody else's file just so that you can run the test here. We'll see. So here's what we're going to do, guys. We're going to head into the next exercise here, exercise 3-2, and go ahead and get started with our journey. So if you will make a fresh click into Journey Builder, so out of Automation Studio there, go back to your main menu, navigate over to Journey Builder, and go ahead and actually click into Journey Builder this time. When you get there, I want you guys to click the Create New Journey button in the upper right-hand corner. And we're going to select the option to create a journey from scratch. Okay, we're not going to start with a template. We're going to create one from scratch so you guys can see all of the little different pieces and parts that go into that. Okay, so say you want to create journey from scratch. And then come to your upper left-hand corner in your journey screen here. You'll see the name of your journey up there. It's defaulted a name for you. It said New Journey, July 26, 2019. And you've got a little pencil icon there that would let you edit the name of the journey. Let's change the name of the journey here. We're going to call it Welcome Series. And then I want you to follow that with your 4-digit org ID. Okay, I'm just going to call mine Welcome Series Instructor, but you guys call yours Welcome Series, 1234 or 1238, whatever your number was. And then you can go ahead and click Enter just to capture your name change there. Okay, and once you've done that, we're ready to define our entry source. And our entry source, of course, is going to be a data extension. So if you guys will look at your entry source options on the left, you'll see those there. You'll see 4 of the 5 that we talked about earlier. The one that you don't see here is the Marketing Cloud Connect options because we're not connected in this environment. Okay, Glenn, you finally got yours going. Was it the browser refresh and a reboot or a clearing and a reboot that finally got it? I'm curious how you were ultimately able to resolve that. Oh, you're on Firefox now. Okay. Yeah, interesting. I just wonder what it is that we have going on in Chrome because I clear my cache every time right before I teach. And so I did mine last night. So I'm not sure what else it would be, but okay, so you're able to go on Firefox. All right. So let's see here. You want to repeat the first part of this step? Yeah. So we went into Journey Builder. So from your main menu into Journey Builder. Then in the upper right-hand corner, you're going to say you want to create a journey from scratch. Okay, create a journey from scratch. And then all we did was name the journey. Okay, so upper left-hand corner, just call it Welcome Series and follow that with your 4-digit code. I've called mine Welcome Series Instructor here, but you call yours Welcome Series 1, 2, 3, whatever your number was. And that's where we're at. Okay. All right, so for the entry source, let's go ahead and pull data extension into the entry source here. Now you guys are going to notice with the tools you have in the toolbar on the left that the shapes align to the journey flow. So circles to circles, squares to squares, diamonds to diamonds. It gives you some visual clues. Anything that's gray has not been fully defined. It's still unattached. So you notice that with the data extension. We said we want a data extension for a starting source, but we haven't said which one. So we've pulled that over there, but we're going to go make a selection now. So go ahead and click into your data extension. And you're going to hit the button there that says you want to select a data extension. And I want you to choose your opt-in yesterday data extension. And here's where I'm curious if Glenn and Tammy, if you guys are able to see the other data extensions of your colleagues. I've got a little different view going on than you are, and I just can't quite remember from the student view if you guys are able to see each other's. But are you able to see some of the other numbered? You're just seeing the master. Okay. Well, just so that you're able to continue with the exercise, I would say just choose the master. It'll let us continue building the journey. Okay, it doesn't quite get you the right entry source for the exercise, but it will let you continue building the journey. So if all you're seeing is your master subscriber, just go ahead and choose that. All right, same for you, Glenn. I would say if you're not seeing it, just choose the master subscriber. Okay, but for the rest of you, go ahead and choose your opt-in date yesterday. And then you're going to hit summary down in the lower right-hand corner. All right, it will summarize what you've selected here, let you double check. You could make changes if you needed to, but you should be good. It should show opt-in date yesterday as your data extension, and then you're simply going to click done. All right, so we've identified our starting source, which in this case is going to be a data extension that results from an automation. Again, Glenn and Tammy, just choose your master subscriber data extension there. Okay, what we need to do now is set the schedule. Okay, so if you guys will click into schedule next, we're going to say that our schedule is an automation. Now for Glenn and Tammy, that's not going to work out quite right since you weren't able to do the previous exercise. So for Glenn and Tammy, I would say run once here, and I'll have you guys manually click that. Get the start of it to test your journey in a little bit since you're working with a slightly different entry source. But for the rest of you, go ahead and choose automation and click select. We will then set the schedule. So hit the set schedule button. And you're going to choose your welcome journey. Okay, choose the welcome journey there as the automation that is going to kick things off. Right, and once you've chosen the welcome journey, we'll click summary again. And on the summary screen here, you'll see that we've selected the automation. But now we need to set some contact evaluation criteria. So in the contact evaluation section, go ahead and click edit and tell it you want to evaluate new records only. Okay, evaluate new records only, but tell it to look at all records in the file. Okay, so evaluate new records only, but evaluate all records in the file. We'll click summary again and done. Okay, and that takes care of our entry source. Okay, so I know a couple of you have got something different going on in yours, but if Glenn and Tammy, for you guys, you should have just chosen your master subscriber and then just said run once. And we'll just click yours off a little bit different way. Okay. All right, let me get a little check on how everyone's doing. I know we were having some technology challenges in the middle of that just kind of maybe threw a few of us off. But if you're with me and you're good at this point, would you give me a green check mark in the panel? Let me get a little assessment here on how everybody's doing. Okay, so we are, for the most part, it looks like good here. Is anyone stuck on anything that they've got a question about? Okay, so Andrew, you kind of got sidetracked there. but you're good now, it looks like. Okay, and Gavin, your automation button is grayed out. So are you talking about right down here in the schedule portion? So Gavin, I'm not sure which automation button you're talking about. Okay, so once you clicked into schedule, so when you click into schedule, your automation button is grayed out. Okay, so you're not having the ability to select your welcome journey then? Is that the issue? You go in there to make the selection and it's not there? Okay, no, you're good now? Okay. I gotcha. Okay. All right, how about everybody else? Okay. All right, it looks like I think we're all together as best I can tell. I hope so. All right. Okay, so that takes care of the entry portion of this. The next thing that I want us to go do is define the journey settings around entrance, re-entrance, how many times. So if you guys will head to the buttons at the top of your journey there, to the left of your save, you'll see the little gear icon up there. And with the gear icon, you've got journey settings. I want you to go into journey settings. And for the journey settings, we are going to select no re-entry. Okay, this is a welcome series and we're only going to have people run this once. So we're going to say no re-entry. Again, I got there by going to the gear icon in the upper right-hand corner of my journey screen, just to the left of the save button. I'm selecting no re-entry. And then you'll see down below that the option I was talking about on choosing which email address or which mobile number to use as the communication channel for this journey. You have a choice here between using the email address and the mobile phone that is associated with a person's contact record in Contact Builder, or you can tell it to use a field from your entry source, which in this case is a data extension. Okay, we're going to stick with that. We're going to stick with the default. The default is to use data from the entry source, but if somehow you want it to look at Contact Builder instead, you can do that. We'll be talking about some of the pros and cons of that here in a little bit, but let me give you the quick pro and con here. If I use email address and phone number from my entry source and one of those change mid-journey, I won't know that because I've captured it from the entry source, which means it took a picture of it at the time it entered, and that's the email and phone number I use throughout the journey. But if I use an attribute from Contact Builder and data in Contact Builder changes mid-journey, it will see that. So that's probably the big difference, is that contact data is real time throughout the course of the journey, whereas if you're using it from the entry source, it's taking a picture of it at the time they enter, and that's the data that's used throughout the course of the journey. All right, again, for our purpose today, we're going to stick with the default and use the one from the entry source. So I'm just going to go ahead and click done in the upper right hand corner, and I'm going to save this journey. Okay, I'm going to save the journey. All right, so how are we doing? Anybody with a question at this point? All right, well, the next thing we're going to be doing in this journey as setting a goal, but I've got a couple of slides here that do dig into that journey data versus contact data thing a little bit that I was starting to talk about on the slide there in the settings. Let's look at maybe another, excuse me, another example of that. Just make sure everybody's clear on what that's really all about. Again, we just did that with email address and mobile phone number, but there's probably some bigger things at play to consider when choosing what data to use in your journey, whether that be journey data or contact data. And when we say journey data, we mean the data that's injected through the entry source, if that's something other than your contact data. Okay, so with journey data is going to be part of your entry source. And with that data, the system is taking a picture of that data at the time that the contact is injected in the journey, and it's using that data throughout the course of the journey. With contact data, instead, it looks to the contact record to find that data. And if the data changes mid-journey, it recognizes that. Okay, so the example that I have here, in fact, let me head up to a next slide here. So we've got this lady on the left here. Her name is Jasmine Ryan, and she has the military rank of private. Okay, so we have Private Ryan here. If Private Ryan were injected into a journey using journey data, it would recognize her rank of private throughout the course of the journey. Okay, even if that changed. So let's say that value changes. Let me get to my next slide here that talks about the value changing. Okay, so what happens if that data changes? So let's say that Private Ryan gets a promotion from private to private second class. If I had used journey data as the injection point in my my journey, anything that referenced, any personalization that referenced her rank would still say private, even though the contact data had been updated to private second class, because the journey data was what was there at the time it got injected. It was the data extension that got injected into the journey. That's not real time during the journey. If, however, I've told it to use contact data, then it's going to recognize changes there and adjust mid-journey and start referring to her as private second class rather than private. Okay, another example that I'll throw out there, let's say that you're the email marketer for Wedding Wire, and you have a journey that follows somebody's wedding, things that you walk people through following a wedding. And maybe part of your journey, part of the important personalization is to recognize whether or not someone has chosen maybe to change their last name following a marriage. If it's important for you to go from referring to maybe a new bride as Mrs. Smith to Miss Smith and now refer to her as Mrs. Jones, if that's an important thing to be able to adjust for mid-journey, then you would want to be pointing at contact data. Because if you're pointing at the journey data, it's going to grab whatever was there the moment that they were injected into the journey. Okay, so that's really the difference. I would say that for most journeys, guys, this is probably not a big deal. The majority of the journeys, your journey data is just fine. But if you have a journey where it's really important that you recognize changes in your data mid-journey and have those communications adjust accordingly, then you'll want to have that journey using your contact data as the entry source rather than the journey data. Okay, so that was that selection we made back on the previous screen, and that would be the big difference really between the two, is whether or not you need that live data mid-journey or not. Okay. So the next part, which is what we were actually working up to here before we sidetracked a little bit there on the journey data versus contact data, is setting the goal for our journey. And again, this is one of the differentiators about Journey Builder, like as compared to Automation Studio, for example. There's no goal attainment measurement there, but you definitely can do that with Journey Builder. So With the goal attainment, those get measured under a couple different circumstances throughout the day. So one is every time a contact is fired into a journey, your goal attainment is reevaluated. Every time a wait period expires, goal attainment is reevaluated, and at midnight every night Central Time. So those are the times that your goal attainment is evaluated and updated to reflect whatever it is that you are measuring for there. And the goal that we are going to be measuring for is an action on the part of our subscribers. We're going to be looking for 50% of the population that runs through our welcome journey to complete a purchase in some period of time following that journey. Okay, so that's what we're going to set up. You'll notice on the goal attainment that you've got an exit option, little checkbox down at the bottom of the screen, an option of whether or not you want someone to exit the journey once they meet the goal. Okay, do you want someone to continue or not continue based on goal attainment? So that's an option that you have there. All right, so we're going to go ahead and set up the goal portion of this and get that measurement going for the 50% of people to make a purchase. All right, so if you guys want to come with me here, back into your journey, you might still be there, but if somehow you navigated away, go ahead and make your way back. And if you'll look at the little icons at the top, back where we saw the gear icon, and look a little bit further left, you'll see one that looks like a trophy. Okay, and if you'll hover over that trophy, you'll see that it says goal. You can go ahead and click on that. It will open up the goal setting screen for you there. Okay, and in order to define our goal, we need to enable some attributes here that we're going to use to measure, and the attributes that we want to define the criteria of this goal exist in our purchase data extension. Okay, so we are going to click the contact data folder that you have on the left-hand side there, and I want you guys to scroll down through there and look for your purchase data extension. Okay, it was a purchase data extension that I had you create with your own org number. Okay, it looks like a couple of you are looking for me to repeat that. So in order to get to the screen that I went to, or that I'm on right now, I went on my journey screen to an icon at the top that looks like a trophy. Okay, it's 3 little buttons to the left of your save button in the upper right-hand corner of your journey, and I clicked on the little trophy to get to this screen. So it looked like a couple of you there in the chat panel were looking for a redirect. Okay, and then click on contact data on the left-hand side and go ahead and choose your purchase data extension. It's purchase, it's got your 4-digit code as part of the data extension name. And I want you to click on purchase data, and then you're going to click on purchase again, and it's going to expose all of the attributes from your purchase data extension for us to build a criteria around, or build a filter around, I should say. All right, once you have those attributes exposed by clicking down into that purchase data, then clicking on purchase again, I want you guys to select purchase date and drag it into the middle of the screen as a filter criteria. Okay, drag the purchase date into the filter criteria. Go ahead and click the edit icon out to the right, the little pencil editor there. And what we're going to say here is purchase date equals, and then rather than an exact date, we are going to choose Let me think about this. Actually, we're going to change that from an equal to a is on or after is what we're looking for. Okay, change that equal operator to is on or after. Okay, you'll have to scroll down through that list, change equals to is on or after. And then down below that, I want you to check a little box that says you want to add an attribute to compare. Add an attribute to compare. And then we're going to go get an attribute from our subscriber data to make this comparison. Okay, so check that box, add an attribute to compare, and then I want you to head back to your left sidebar and click the little home icon. It's all the way on the left side. It's at the top of your attribute list. Of course, it looks like a little house. I'm circling it here on my screen if you need some help finding it. But you're going to click on that home icon, and then I want you to go back down into your contact data, and this time choose your master subscriber data extension. Okay, choose your master subscriber data extension, drill down into it until you get your field values showing up. And the attribute that we're going to use here is our opt-in date. Okay, you're going to take opt-in date and drag that into the filter definition there. Oops, let's see here. There we go. So your filter criteria is going to say purchase date is on or after opt-in date. Okay, purchase date is on or after opt-in date. So rather than defining an end, we've used another attribute from a different data extension to finish defining that filter criteria. And we're going to go ahead and click Done. Okay, once you're done with that, go ahead and click Next. And we'll set the goal here. Okay, and what we're going to say is I want 50%. So notice you can do volume or percentage, but we're going to do it based on percentage. I want 50% of the population, and then we're going to type in that box and say to make a purchase. I want 50% of the population to make a purchase, and click Done. All right, and that defines our goal. Okay, so we've got our starting source, we've got our goal attainment, we've done our settings. The thing that's left at this point is to drag and drop our messaging into the screen. And I think before we start that, I'm going to give you guys a chance to get up and stretch. It has been about an hour and a half since we returned from lunch. It's 2:30. I'm going to give you a short little break here to go take a bio break and refresh your beverage and do whatever else you might need to do. And potentially let us troubleshoot anything that somebody else might have going on before we continue. I know we've had a lot more little issues here going on than what I normally have going on. So I want to make sure that everybody's with us too. So let's go ahead and call it break time. It is 2:30 right now. Let's go ahead and break for 15 minutes. That'll give everyone a chance to take a break and maybe give me a couple minutes to help with a little bit of troubleshooting one-on-one here in the chat panel if I need to do that. And we will resume at 1/4 till the top of the hour. We'll be ready at that point to drag our different things into the journey and run a little test, okay, which is our final bit of work that we need to do here. So if you'll go ahead and put your coffee cups up, let me know that you've stepped away. I'm going to step away just very quickly and refresh my tea here so that my voice will hold out through the afternoon. And I will be right back on the line here in just a couple minutes to help troubleshoot with anyone who may need some help. So if you're needing some help, maybe step away real quick and then come back, and I'll be here to help you out. But otherwise, we'll resume at 1/4 till the top of the hour. Okay, if you are back from break, let me welcome you back. If you've still got your coffee cup up, but you are sitting there waiting for me, go ahead and pull your coffee cup down. Just let me know that you're back in the virtual classroom here. All right, looks like we've got most of our folks back here. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and continue on. We have got the framework ready to go for our data extension here, or not our data extension. Hello, I was reading the word data extension as I was trying to say Journey Builder. We've got the framework ready of our journey here with our entry source, our settings, our exit criteria, our goal attainment, all of that good stuff. We're ready to actually start dropping the flow of this journey into the journey canvas. Okay, so let me make my way back over to my PowerPoint slides so I can give you guys a few little visuals on some things, and then we will start to do that. You've seen this slide already today, but this is a snapshot of the journey that we are about to go create. We are going to start off with a more simple version of this. So our initial version is simply going to have a 1, 2, 3 email. Everybody gets a welcome 1, welcome 2, welcome 3. We will end up coming back and making a version 2 where we'll offer some alternative messaging based on whether or not people meet certain criteria. But we're going to do that in 2 different versions of this welcome series so that you can see how versioning works. Okay, so we'll start off with something a little more simplistic than this. But this is going to be the ultimate goal here that we looked at earlier, where everybody gets a welcome 1. Welcome 2 is optional based on whether or not they've completed their profile. The third step offers 2 different emails depending on whether or not they are part of the rewards program. And the final welcome email only gets to sent to people who didn't engage with the first one. All right, but that'll be the version 2 that we come back and put the splits and the joins and the different criteria and alternatives. But that's ultimately what we are going to be going for here over the next hour or so. So let's review a couple more things real quick, and then we'll go create some of this. So with your Canvas activities, you've got a couple of different categories there in your left sidebar in Journey Builder. The first is the message activities. Now, the number of message activities and the types you have will be dependent on what kind of features are procured in your Marketing Cloud account. So we're going to be working just with email today. But of course, if you have mobile or you have, Salesforce Connect or other things, you may have some additional message activities there that may be above and beyond what you see here in training. But we'll be sticking with email today. Those are the things that show up in the green. The message activities here are kind of that green color. The flow controls are the things that you see there showing up as orange. These are the things that direct the journey into, different places depending on some sort of criteria. So your decision splits, your engagement splits, your rejoins, your weights. You've got Einstein elements available there. If you're doing some sort of, AI kind of a split based on Einstein data, that'll be a flow control as well. You'll see customer update options in here as well, which allow data to be updated back in your contact builder during the journey. I've got a slide where we'll talk about that a little bit more here in a moment. And then, of course, if you've got Sales and Service Cloud or Sales or Service Cloud, either one, connected to your Marketing Cloud instance, you'll get Canvas activities related to those types of things as well. So some of those will depend on what the breadth of your Marketing Cloud implementation looks like. For your message activities, the available options here include not only email, which is what we're, of course, are going to be working with today, but also your SMS, your push notifications, and then you'll see something there called a custom channel activity. Custom channel activities, when you see that word custom, that means we've got a developer involved in creating something there. but that always can be done. If you've got some sort of channel activity that is, looks like I maybe am freezing. My screen might be freezing to you guys. There we go. Are you guys seeing my movement now? Let's see, I might still be frozen. There we go. Are you guys seeing my movement okay? Boy, we are plagued with the technology today, aren't we? The computer world knows that it's Friday and it's trying to make things difficult for some of us today, right? Okay, so we're all good. Okay, so email, of course, SMS, push notification, and custom. So developers can always develop custom activities. There's some good information about custom activities actually in our online documentation via Developer Force. So if you were to do a Google search, for example, on Marketing Cloud, create custom activities, it would direct you toward Developer Force, where you'd see good documentation that's being referenced here on the screen about this. Let me give you a quick example of maybe a custom channel activity. Let's say that you've got a part of a journey that involves a direct mail piece. Well, Marketing Cloud's not going to mail something for you, right? You can put a channel activity in there for that, but it's not going to actually conduct the mailing for you. So your custom channel activity could be something that sent, data out to a third party, something that delivered a direct mail piece for you. So sometimes that's developers doing this. Sometimes it's working with third-party like Salesforce partners, Marketing Cloud partners that have developed things already to do this. That direct mail is a great example. There are Salesforce partners that have already done the development to do that, and you can purchase that and plug and play that in your Marketing Cloud application. But whether it's your developers doing it or you're purchasing something that other developers have already done, that's typically what you're looking at with custom channel activities. Okay, but it is totally possible. All right, let's look at the flow controls. First one there is a random split, which is exactly what it says that it is. It randomly is sending people off into different paths. You can define random splits up to 10 different groups. Typically, this sort of thing is maybe done for testing or maybe some sort of a random rewards or something like that. But probably not the most common one that you would use. Okay, but you can go up into 10 different splits with the random split. The next one is the engagement split. And engagement splits are based on some sort of customer behavior. It's a customer action. So the customer has done something that is causing them to go in one direction or another. We're going to do an engagement split on our welcome email number 5. Okay, that the engagement we're going to be looking for is whether or not they opened email number 1. If they did, they won't get email number 5. But if they did not open email number 1, they will get email number 5. So that's based on an action or an inaction, which is the engagement split. The decision split is based on a data change. So typically with decision splits, you're writing some sort of filter criteria, and as the data changes, it will evaluate that to send them down one path or another based on the criteria of the decision split. The join directs somebody back into a branch that they may have been split off from. Maybe someone heads in one direction with an engagement or decision split, but needs to rejoin the primary branch of the journey at some point. The join will let you create those reconnection points. The wait flow controls, you guys are actually going to see there's several wait options whenever you're trying to put waits in place, but waits can be by a duration. It can be for a specific point in time. But it's, the amount of time you want the system to pause essentially before taking the next action, before dealing with the next channel activity. And then of course your custom, those are always, that always implies the need for some development, but this is where you can start to get very specific around your own company's needs, of course, using a developer. Okay, the customer update activity. I referenced this one just a little bit in a previous slide here, but this is something where you've got an activity that prompts the system to want to go update data in your contact data. You can select a data extension that the activity writes the data to, and then choose some sort of attribute or value that the activity is going to update. Okay, this can update up to 5 attributes, this particular feature, but keep in mind that this is an update. It is not an add. Okay, so with an update, you're overwriting existing values. It's not incrementing anything or adding new data. It is updating existing data, which means overwrite. Okay, so keep that in mind with this customer update activity, but that does let you take data that maybe is uncovered during the course of the journey and go update your contact data with that. Now this next one, I've mentioned cross-cloud journeys a couple of times now. I've sent a YouTube video link to you guys to maybe learn a little bit more about that. I'm not going to dive into that one any deeper at this point. I think we'll go ahead and move forward into getting our journey created here. Just know that that is possible, and if you're working with Sales or Service Cloud not connected and you think there's a good use case to connect those, maybe dig into some of that material I sent you earlier, and that I'll give you some information that you could start some conversations internally with your team. I will also tell you guys there is really great content available on Trailhead about Marketing Connect as well. So if you wanted to maybe do a little bit more than that 5-minute YouTube video I sent you and get a little bit more hands-on practice with the Marketing Connect and see a little more specifically what that's about from a setup standpoint and such, check out Trailhead, because there's really good Trailhead self-paced learning available around Marketing Cloud Connect. All right, so let's take a look at where we are going here in our next exercise. Okay, so NTO is ready to get this 3-part welcome series out the door. They want to start with the welcome 1, 2, and 3 that just has a short wait in between each. Of course, we are going to simulate those days of waiting by using minutes rather than days. But we'll start with a real simple, which will be version 1. So Tammy is asking for an example here, let's see, of the update contact feature. So Tammy, an example around that might be that, during the course of a journey, you get some sort of information about that contact, that would cause you to want to go change. So maybe you've done some sort of an email that directs them. Well, let's take that Zulily welcome series example that I showed you guys earlier. That welcome email number 2, have them in the email, click on some favorite some other brands that they liked. That was a developer kind of defined email. But let's say you got that additional information via the email, and now you want to take that and go add that, update that back to some sort of favorites attribute back in the contact data. So something that you learned or gathered during the course of sending an email that you want to get back into your database. That might be an example of the customer update feature. Maybe a name change, again, going back to the wedding wire example. Someone indicates in the course that their name's changed and you want that to go back and update contact data. You could set up something like that. Okay, those might be a couple of examples of that feature though. Okay, other questions here before we go put together our first pass at our welcome series, our version 1. Okay, version 1 is going to look like this, guys. It's going to be welcome email 1 with a 5-minute wait, welcome email 2 with a 5-minute wait, okay, welcome email 3 with a 2-minute wait, and then an exit. So again, those minutes are meant, of course, to simulate days, but this will give us a little better something to work with here in the training environment. So that's going to be our first pass. We'll come back then and we'll do a version 2 that gets a little more sophisticated, which will let me illustrate versioning to you guys. All right, so that is what we are going for here. So if you guys want to come with me here into this next exercise, we'll go ahead and create that one. Okay, looks like maybe another yeah, so Tammy, I mean, so Tammy's still asking some questions here back about that customer update feature, guys. And yeah, I mean, the email, for example, I would think email is something that you would have set up, you know, coming in some other way through a data extension automation or something like that. So it just really depends on what the type of data is. I mean, if it's something that's already part of a regular update, probably the customer update feature in the journey wouldn't be the thing that you would use to do that. So it would be, you know, maybe more something that happened during the course of the journey, either information you gathered or some sort of, you know, behavior that they took or action or inaction that they took. But things as basic as email address and such, yes, I agree that would likely already be part of a regular data extension update for sure. So it just kind of depends on what it is. All right. Okay, any other questions here before we go do version 1? All right, well, if not, let's head into our journey here and let's go ahead and get this thing built. This is going to be pretty straightforward here. So if you guys will head to your message activities on the left, I want you to grab your email message activity, the blue icon there that says email. Go ahead and drag that into your journey. You're going to drop it off there before the 1-day wait. Okay, drop it off before the wait so that it is the first thing after the starting source. And then you're going to click into that email and you're going to select Welcome Email 1 as your message. Now, lucky for us, all of our content has been created for us today. This isn't a content builder class. It's a journey builder class. So our content has already been created for us. So you guys are simply going to say that you want to select a message and you're going to choose your welcome email number 1 for that. Okay, welcome email number 1. Now, once you've selected welcome email number 1, I want you to head up into the far left-hand corner there and click Summary. Okay, Kazuyo, you don't have any emails in there. Okay, that's interesting. Boy, we are running into every little technical problem that I've never had all in one day today. Michael, you don't have any emails in there either. Is there anyone else that doesn't have any emails in there when they click in? Okay. Yeah, so if for those of you that maybe aren't seeing any there, try clicking on your shared tab there. Okay, click into your shared emails and see if you're seeing them there. Okay, so that should take care of it then. Okay, so click into the shared space. Select email number 1, welcome email 1. And then in the far upper left-hand corner, I want you to click the summary button up there. You'll notice you don't have a done or a next or anything on this page. You actually go back to summary to review all of your selections there. It shows you what message you selected there in the sidebar, along with some of the other options and configuration that was already defined as part of that email. Okay, things like your canned spam priority, publication list, things like that. Those have been predefined as part of that email, so we won't dig into those. Those are covered off in another course, but hopefully those are things that most of you are familiar with already over there. You might take a look there, but it's a commercial send classification. It's already got a subject, et cetera, et cetera. So we'll just go ahead and click done. We'll stick with the selections that were there and click done. After that, I want you guys to click into the wait activity that's showing up in your journey there. You've got a 1-day wait activity. I want you to go ahead and click into that, and we are going to change that from 1 day to 5 minutes. Okay, from 1 day to 5 minutes. Again, 5 minutes meant to simulate 5 days. But go ahead and say 5 minutes and click done. All right, we're then going to go do the same thing for welcome email 2. We're going to head back to our panel on the left-hand side there, grab hold of the email activity, and I want you to drag it onto the canvas and drop it right after your 5-minute wait. Okay, drop it right after the 5-minute wait. And then you're going to click into the email message there. Say you want to select a message. And go choose your welcome email number 2. All right, select welcome email number 2. And then in the upper left-hand corner, you'll click Summary. Again, lets you review all of the definition around that email, which has been done for us already. So we'll just go ahead and click Done there on welcome email number 2. Okay, from there, I want you guys to take the wait activity, the 1-day wait activity that follows welcome email 2. Go ahead and click into that and change that one to 5 minutes as well. Okay, change that second wait activity to 5 minutes, click Done. And then we are ready to do the exact same thing for welcome email number 3. Okay, so head back to your activity toolbar on the left again, and go ahead and drag that email into your 3rd position there, right after your second 5-minute wait. You'll click into it and do the exact same thing, select a message, and go choose message number 3. Again, once you choose the message there on number 3, click Summary in the upper left-hand corner. And then Done. Now, following message 3, I'm going to have you guys change the wait there, that 1-day wait, to 2 minutes this time, simulating a 2-day wait at the end. Change that to 2 minutes. Click Done. And we're ready to save and activate this journey. Okay, so once you're done with that, go ahead and save. And then you've got an activate in the upper right-hand corner. So Mara's asking a good question here about the last wait that we just did, the 2-minute wait. She says, why have a wait before the exit? So the reason that we have a wait after the final email before the exit is because our journey statistics will stop tracking the moment somebody leaves the journey. Let's remember what our goal is here. Our goal is to have 50% of the people make a purchase as a result of the welcome emails. Well, it's going to stop evaluating for them having made a purchase after they've left the journey. Okay, there will be data elsewhere in the Marketing Cloud that would capture that, but it wouldn't be part of your journey metrics. that they had made a purchase. So if I simply sent them welcome email number 3 and then immediately had them exit the journey without this additional wait, then anyone who made a purchase following welcome email number 3 would not be counted against my goal attainment, because there would be no time for them to go make the purchase and have us measure that. So that's why you will commonly see waits on the back side of your final message, as you're allowing for time to continue to watch what that contact did as a result of that final message and capture their action or inaction compared to your goal attainment. Okay, did that make sense, Mara, as to why we were doing that? That answer your question? Yes, okay, perfect. Okay, so Glenn, yeah, if you got an alert that says you don't have a goal, you must have somehow missed setting that, if it's telling you that. So you can do that by coming up to the trophy icon up at the top, and you could click into that and set a goal. This was the goal that we set. We said that we wanted 50% of the population to make a purchase. This is where we went and did the filter criteria that you see on the left here. Purchase date is on or after opt-in date. Okay. Okay, so you might have missed that one, Glenn. Okay, you're welcome to go back and do it if it's not there. If you don't want to, it's not necessary that you do it. But that is maybe a step that you either missed or maybe did it with us and somehow didn't save it at the end. Okay, so Michael's asking a good question here about just making sure he understands what 1 day, 3 day, time, 5 days means. Is that 24 hours or is that somehow a calendar day? But yes, Michael, if we sent something, let's say at 3 in the afternoon and then told it to wait 1 day, it would wait till 3 in the afternoon the following day. Okay, so the 1 day, the 5 minutes, those kind of things are duration. If you want to wait until a specific point in time, there is a different wait activity that you can choose for that. So maybe you want it to wait 1 day, but you want it to do it at 9 o'clock in the morning the next day. You might want to choose a point in time wait activity rather than a duration wait activity. Because these duration wait activities are going to wait, yes, 1 day, 24 hours, 2 days, 48 hours, etc. Okay, good question, guys. What else here? Anything else? Okay, well, that gets us our version 1. Pretty straightforward little 3-part welcome series, and probably a really great place for any company who's just getting started with this to start. I think journeys are often best orchestrated when they start simple and iterate over time. So a very, very simple one here to start with. 1, 2, 3, welcome to NTO. Let's go look here at what we are going to do next, which is going to be to version this. Okay, the scenario here is that they want to expand upon the welcome series, personalize it a little bit more, so that if a subscriber has already submitted profile information or they've already joined a rewards program, they don't get prompted to do that again. We also want to add a final email that will take a second pass at trying to engage someone who has not yet engaged with the series. All right, so that's essentially what's happening with the scenario here. And you'll notice if you go back to the journey that you just created that there are no edits in Journey Builder, okay? If we decided, oops, I really wanted to go add this other thing, there's no edit back there, okay? It's versions. Versioning always sounds really wonderful until you have to start creating a different version every time you make a mistake or forget something. You can delete old versions if they were irrelevant versions, but this does let you capture the different, versions of a journey that you created. So if you need to go make a change or want to add something on, you're creating another version essentially. Now, Journey Builder allows for different modes on your versions as well, depending on what it is that you're trying to do. These modes can really help you manage the different, places you might be at with each of these versions. So you'll see 5 different modes listed here. The first one is a draft mode. Draft mode is, something you're still working on that you haven't activated yet. It's not in prime time yet. The second one you see there, running, that means it's accepting new contacts into the journey. It's working. There's people in it. There's people coming in it. There's people exiting it. It is running. A stopped journey mode halts the journey and ejects everybody from the journey. Okay, it is a halt. Nobody continues on in the journey. So that is a cold ice bucket in the face kind of a setting. Everything halts. Nobody continues. There is a testing mode as well. Okay, testing is nice for doing exactly that, for testing your journey. Testing lets you simulate your splits, lets you simulate your flow controls. Testing gives you the option of whether or not you want it to send emails. You could maybe use a test date extension, as an entry point if you wanted to test with emails. But if you really were just trying to test your logic and things and you didn't want any emails to go, you could put it in test mode with no emails. So those are options. The other thing about testing mode is that it ignores your wait times completely. So sometimes testing is good for looking at your logic controls, but maybe doesn't test quite enough because it does ignore your waits and it gives you the option not to send emails. If you really want to simulate your waits and test some emails as well, you probably need to do more of a live test, but with a test data extension might be a better option depending on what it is you're trying to test. And then the last option, the last journey mode, one that I really think is quite clever, is something called finishing. So finishing, let's say that you've got let's think about the welcome series that we have right now. Okay, we have a 3-part welcome series and we're about to iterate and create a version 2 that's going to have a little more sophistication to it. What I might do in real life, if I were then turning on version 2, is go back and set version 1 to say finishing. That would allow anyone who was in version 1's journey to finish the journey, but not accept anyone new into that journey. The new people would be directed toward version 2. Okay, so it would create a more graceful landing for those that are already in the journey that is about to be maybe deactivated. Okay, to set it to finishing. So those are your different journey modes. And then, of course, you see the last bullet point there. You do have the ability to remove old versions as necessary. So just because it creates a version every time you make a change doesn't mean you have to hold on to those. You can dump ones that are irrelevant. Okay, so those are your different versions. But the version 2 that we are going to create here next, of course, is going to look like this. You've seen this a couple of times already today, but we're basically going to do some splits off of each of the emails that we've put in there. Well, not welcome email number 1. Everyone's going to get welcome email number 1. But when we get to welcome email number 2, we're going to do a split because welcome email number 2 was a prompt to complete their profile. If they've already completed their profile, we're just going to have them bypass number 2. We're going to do a split here that has no action as part of it. We're just going to split them off and rejoin on the other side. So if they've already completed their profile, they'll just bypass number 2. When it comes to number 3, they're going to get one of 2 emails. They'll either get 3 or 4, depending on whether or not they've joined the rewards program. People who are not a member of the program will get welcome email 3. People who are will get welcome email number 4. We'll join them all back together again on the back side of that and offer one more option that has an engagement split related to it. If people did not click into email 1, they will get email 5. Okay, a kind of a second chance to try to engage this person. Research shows that customers are never more engaged than right after they've subscribed. So this welcome series really is probably the most attentive that you will ever have them. So if they haven't engaged, this welcome email number 5 gives you a chance to to try one more time to capture their engagement before having everyone exit the journey. Okay, so that's going to be the version 2 that we go create in this next exercise. All right, any questions here before we get started on version 2? All right then. Well, let me make my way back over to Journey Builder with you guys here. And if you're still sitting here on your journey, you'll see in the upper right-hand corner, there's a button that says New Version. Before that will send versus by path number 1. I'm going to give path a name. The name of that path is going to be Profile Not Complete. Okay, Profile Not Complete. Now you guys notice right here that this is where data versus contact data thing comes into play. We talk whereas using contact. Master day. The same thing for both city and country. Okay, I want you to grab both city and country, pull them into the canvas, and set them both. Doing here is saying that if these fields aren't created, if these haven't populated, the subscriber to get welcome email. On city, you should have pulled all four of them to is null. The right-hand side of the okay, profile complete. And you'll see that it's labeled our paths back in the journey following the decision split. Okay, one is profile complete. Of to the back side of the welcome email to and its 5-minute wait. All right, so let me keep mine on the screen here for just a moment in case anybody needs to look at that. All right, and then we are ready to go deal with our next section. Okay, after that join, you'll see that we have welcome email number 3 coming up. Welcome number 3 is a prompt to join the rewards program. But if somebody's already joined, we don't want them to get that email. We want them to get a different email. So we are going to do another decision split right before welcome email number 3. Okay, so if you want to head back to your flow controls on the left, get hold of your decision split, drag it into that canvas and drop it right before welcome email number 3. And we'll go create the decision split. Okay, so once you've dropped it in there, go ahead and click on it. And we're going to go create path 1. All right, so click the little pencil icon there on path 1. We're going to give it a name here for path 1. Path 1 is going to be called Not a Member of My NTO Rewards. Oops, I mistyped that. Okay, not a member of My NTO Rewards. And then to complete the criteria, we'll hit the edit button out to the right. We are going to dig back into contact data again for this. I want you guys to get into your master subscriber data there. So you'll drill down through master subscriber twice to get your attributes to open up. And we're going to have a single attribute here. Okay, the single attribute is going to utilize a field called My NTO Rewards. Okay, you're going to get the My NTO Rewards attribute field there, drag it into the canvas, and then using your pencil icon out to the right, you're going to set it to is null. Okay, in other words, they don't have a rewards program number. If they don't have a rewards program number, they're going to get welcome email number 3, which prompts them to join the program. Okay, so set My NTO Rewards to is null. Click Done. And then Summary. Again, if we were going to have more than 2 paths, we would add another path here. But because we're only doing 2 paths, we just define path 2 as the remainder. All right, so we're going to come click into remainder here. And we're simply going to name it and call it Member of My NTO Rewards. Okay, Member of My NTO Rewards. And click Done. All right, so we have the path already defined there for the not a member, right? There's already an email there, but we need to create a separate path with a separate message here for people who are already part of the program. So we're going to put a different email into that second path. So if you'll head back to your left sidebar there in your message options, I want you to grab the email option and drag it into your member path. Okay, drag it into your member path there. You'll be dropping it into the path. We're going to get rid of the weights that are there, by the way. So if you want to hover over any of the weights, depending on whether you dropped before or after that, you may have 1 or 2 one-day weights, but we're going to get rid of those weights that are part of that. It's not going to let you delete the one after just yet. We'll have to put a join there first. But if you want to get rid of the one day that's sitting before that, you can go ahead and do that. And then we're going to go get a join flow control and add it on the back side of our email number 4 and one-day wait. Okay, I know we haven't filled all these in yet, but I'm going to have you guys go ahead and complete the path, and then we'll come back and fill in the different parts. Okay, so you've got an email here, followed by a one-day wait, followed by a join. You can then take your drag to join and rejoin on the back side of that welcome email number 3. So where you had welcome email 3 followed by 2 minutes, go ahead and join on the back side of that. And then we'll go clean up our member path. All right, you should be able to go back down into your member path now and delete your second one-day wait. Okay, now that you've got that join in place, it should let you get rid of that second wait. And you'll notice that the email in that second path is grayed out because we haven't actually attached an email to it. Okay, that's where that color coding really comes into play. Lets us know that we still have some definition to do with anything that's gray. So go ahead and click into the grayed out email there, and we're going to go select message for welcome email number 4. Okay, welcome email number 4 is a prompt for rewards members to start earning rewards. Okay, we recognize that they've already joined our rewards program. So select welcome email number 4 there. You're going to click the summary button in the upper left-hand corner. Okay, I'm circling it here on my screen if you need a little visual reference. But summary will let you see all the definition of that email activity. All of that was, of course, defined for us in advance of class. Okay, and we'll go ahead and click Done. Okay, let's see here. For the wait activity after email 3, if you want to go ahead and set that to 3 minutes, that's what our exercise guide has us do here. Go ahead and set that to 3 minutes. All right, so let me pause mine on the screen here for a moment, what we've done so far, in case anyone needs to do a comparison. You also have some images in your exercise guide that will let you compare as well, for those of you looking at your exercise guide. But let me pause here for just a moment in case anyone's got some cleanup they're doing. You'll see we did the first decision split that gives welcome email number 2, but skips for people whose profile are already complete. We joined those complete people on the back side of the 5-minute wait, where we then did a second decision split that took members and non-members into a different communication path, where they again rejoin on the back side. So Mara's asking a question here about why we don't have a wait on the back side of welcome email number 4. And Mara, in some situations you might. You don't have to do that here, because look at how we did our join. Our join is happening on the back side of the 3-minute wait for welcome email number 3. So really welcome email number 4 here is kind of inheriting the wait that's been associated with number 3, because we're not joining until it gets to the end of the wait period. So they're basically sitting here paused, waiting for that other wait to expire before they rejoin. So So while it's not real, maybe visually obvious on the screen, the welcome email number 4 people are being subjected to that same 3-minute wait before they rejoin. So that's why we don't have one in this particular instance. Does that make sense? Did that answer the question? Okay, perfect. Yeah, at first glance, it kind of looks like maybe we didn't have them do a wait, but that's why. Okay, so hopefully everybody's good here. We've got one last thing we're going to do for this version 2 of our journey, and that is to add another split. This time it is going to be an engagement split rather than a decision split. Remember that decision splits look at data, whereas engagement splits look at actions taken or not taken by the subscriber. We're going to do an engagement split that will give them a welcome email number 5 if they didn't engage with welcome email number 1. Okay, so if you want to head back to your flow controls on the left, I want you to get hold of the engagement split, and we're going to take the engagement split and drop it right after the second join in our flow control there. After the second join, but before the 1-day wait. Okay, we'll click into the engagement split then, and we'll go define the split. Okay, so click into that engagement split. And we're going to select a message here for the engagement split. Okay, and we're going to use welcome message number 1 as the message to monitor. Okay, so where it says message to monitor, we're going to say monitor welcome number 1, and we're going to click the little tab there that says metrics, the metrics tab, and we're going to tell it what kind of metric we're looking for. We're going to tell it to look at opens. Okay, we're going to tell it to look at opens. So Mara, the reason that you only got 1 email as a choice there is because there's only 1 email that everybody has received. Okay, the others were optional based on decision splits, which is why you don't get them there. This is the only email that everybody received, so that's why you're getting that as the only option right there. Okay. Michael, I see your message there about why the layout is doing certain things as far as sizes. And I honestly couldn't speak to that. I mean, that was a design decision for whatever reason by our product team, and why it goes further on some than others on the screen. I couldn't begin to speculate. I'm just not really sure. The product design decision there for some reason or another, but I don't know. I really don't know what the methodology was for that interface decision. Okay. Michael was asking why some of these stretch further down the page than the other. I suspect they set them up to alternate just so that things didn't run into each other and they were a little more difference. But yeah, it's a UI thing. I see your note back. Yes, you get it. It's the product people's UI decision. Lots of times I'd love to know what their methodology is, but I don't know on that one. Okay, guys, so on your message metrics here, you're choosing opens and you're going to click summary and then done. Okay, so we've told it we wanted it to monitor welcome email number 1. And again, that was the only option we got because that's the only email that everybody has received. What we are going to do next here is define the engagement split path. So let's start with the yes path. Okay, with the yes path, I want you guys to click into the wait, the 1-day wait there, and we are going to change that to a 1-minute wait. Okay, change that to a 1-minute wait. and then there's an exit. Okay, and again, why do we have a wait before exit? It's so that Journey Builder has time to accumulate additional metrics about whether or not the subscriber took the action we were looking for, which the goal on this journey is for them to make a purchase. So we're allowing time to look a little bit longer and see if they make a purchase. Okay, so that's the yes. If people open to the welcome email, they're going to go into a wait and then they're going to exit the journey. But if the answer was no, okay, if they did not engage with welcome email number 1, we're going to send them one more email. So I want you guys to head back to the messages on the left, the message activity, drag it into the screen there, into the no path. And we're going to click the little email icon and go select welcome email number 5. Okay, so you'll say select message, choose welcome email number 5, the one that says, "Psst, we have not heard from you." Okay, you'll notice there's a 30% off coupon teaser in there that will hopefully get them shopping. Okay, so welcome email number 5, you'll click summary in the upper left-hand corner to look at the email activity definition, which again was done for us and it's done correctly. So we're just going to go ahead and say done. And we're going to change that final wait activity on the no path from 1 day to 1 minute. Okay, 1 day to 1 minute. And let me pause here for a moment in case anyone needs to take a look at that on my screen. We'll go ahead and click save here once you're done. And you can go ahead and activate your journey. All right, once you are good, go ahead and activate that journey. Okay, you'll get a little message in the pop-up box there that upon activation, this draft will become the current active version. So people who qualify for the journey will now enter this one rather than version 1, which is what we want. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and finish activating there. Okay, you'll get the little spaceship taking off there with Astro showing that you're on your way, right? Activation successful. You can go ahead and say return to journey and take a look at the journey that you've built. All right, so in pretty short time here, we're getting a nice little iterative advancement of our journey. I'm hoping that you guys can see that for the non-technical marketer, this would be incredibly easy to put together a fairly sophisticated journey. My personal experience is that the work is really in getting the data ready and getting the content built, not necessarily in putting the journey together. Putting the journey together itself is like the cherry on top of the whole thing. It's just the easy little part that you get to do at the end. So Kazuyo is asking a good question, asking what happens to the people who are in version 1. So that has to do with how you set the mode on version 1, whether you leave that in finishing or whether you go stop it. But by default, it's gone into finishing. Okay, as we've made this the active version, the previous version has gone into finishing, which means people who are in that version are finishing that version. New people who meet the criteria are coming into version 2. If somehow you wanted to go stop version 1, you would have to go back to version 1 and say stop, and that would halt everybody in the journey. But by default, the people that are in that journey will finish that journey, and the new people will come into version 2. Okay, so great question there. What else? Any other questions here before we go talk about a few more things? I've got a few last things that I want to talk about. Then we're going to have you guys test this thing and be ready to come to a wrap here in just a little bit. Anything here. All right, then let me head back to my slides for a moment and just point out a few additional things to you guys that I think are important for you to know about. Then we'll come back and test this and see if we can't start to come to some concluding comments to wrap our time together today. This next slide talks about our mobile application. And if you are not using the Marketing Cloud mobile app, I would strongly encourage you to go get it. It's got really fantastic metrics and journey management. I hear a lot of marketing managers tell me that they really love the journey management that is part of the mobile app. So, that is definitely something I think to check out for sure. Now, let's talk about mobile as a channel, okay, as a channel activity. I'm kind of sidetracking there on the mobile app. That slide always reminds me to talk to you guys about that. But let's talk about mobile as a channel. So our journey that we just created focused on email as a channel, but let's say mobile connect, mobile push, something like that as a channel. There's some things required in order for that to work. And the big message that I would stamp right on top of this slide, if I could, is opt-in. Okay, people need to have opted in to receive mobile messaging before you start mobile blasting them. Okay, every now and then I get mobile marketing messages. Some of them I know how I got subscribed to them, but there's one in particular that I just keep wondering, how in the world did I ever get subscribed to that? I must have opted in somewhere at some time. I'm sure that brand would be honoring opt-in, but I, for the life of me, can't figure out what it would have been. Right, so opt-in is really the big thing that's required here. Now, specifically, how does that really work? They need to have either given you permission via some sort of channel at some point, or opted into a short or long code. All right, now I could head off into a whole big technical conversation about short and long codes, which I will spare you guys late in the afternoon on a Friday afternoon. But let me just tell you that short and long codes, getting those ready to go for your org does take a little bit of work and takes a little bit of time. And I find that it's something typically best left to your implementer or your consultant, or I know not all of you have those, but if you do find that you're doing this on your own, working with Marketing Cloud, just know that it can take a matter of weeks to get short and long codes procured and ready to go for your mobile application. So has anyone done that recently, been involved in the procurement of getting short and long codes for people to opt into? Nobody in the audience today. Okay, every now and then I have students who've just been through that process and they're like, wow, that took weeks. It wasn't hard, but it was a little bit cumbersome. So it's mobile is the mobile connect, mobile push, getting those codes for people to subscribe to is not really an overnight thing. It does take a little bit of time with our services team to get that process done. But again, I won't sidetrack into the technicalities of that. I'll just put the big stamp on the slide here that says you need opt-in and basically to be working with mobile as a channel. Okay. Now, something else to think in mind or to keep in mind with mobile is subscription setting and honoring. Again, only sending to contacts who are subscribed and only sending to contacts who have the appropriate keyword associated. Again, that both of these go back to permission. Okay, so about 3 slides there that harp on permission. Last thing I'll say about mobile here is part of the definition, part of the configuration you do when sending an SMS, for example, as a channel activity, is to put blackout times in place. You certainly don't want, an SMS message hitting people in the middle of the night or maybe right in the middle of the dinner hour or something like that. You have to decide what an appropriate time frame is for these messages to go, but you'll put some, some bumper bumper guards on this that says not before this hour and not after that hour, and make sure that you're not hitting people at times that might anger them more than entice them, right? So keep that in mind as well. This is something that your admins can set up, start and stop time blackout windows. That's part of the send SMS configurations, okay? So a few little logistics things to think about there with the other channels. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and skip over these little checkpoints, and let's go ahead and make our way into our final section here, where we are going to go ahead and test our journey. Okay, so journey test mode. I mentioned this a little bit earlier. The nice thing about test mode with your journeys is that it lets you run through your journey without impacting actual subscribers. Okay, so again, test mode ignores wait times. It simulates your splits. You can tell it either to ignore emails, or you can have it send emails to up to 10 contacts from a data extension. So you could choose a test audience essentially to send to, or again, you could tell it to send no emails at all and just simulate your splits and your flow. Just depends on what it is you're trying to do. But that's test mode, okay, that does that. So that's definitely one way to test. Once your journey is validated, it can be tested. Again, if you're going to choose certain contacts to be the recipient of the emails, you'll choose which contacts to insert into the test. It'll give you a little option here, that, like what you're seeing on the screen: send emails, don't send emails. You'll have a chance to review the test results at the end. So some testing best practices. Definitely a best practice to test each branch of your journey separately. Why do we recommend that? Because it makes troubleshooting a whole lot easier. It's a lot easier to test your branches as you go in smaller chunks than to get to the end, test a great big complex journey all at once and realize that you did something wrong at the beginning that's impacting the whole rest of the journey. So test as you go in small little batches, small little branches. And again, if you do find that you're doing testing in live mode, so rather than test mode, but maybe you're doing a live test with just a test data extension, definitely change those wait activities to minutes. Okay, test mode is going to ignore your wait activities, but if you're doing a live test, it's going to be honoring them. So change those to minutes so that you don't have to wait weeks and weeks and weeks to conduct a test. Okay, so that brings us up to a point here to go test our journey. All right, now I know a couple of you had trouble with the entry point exercises earlier today and may or may not have been able to resolve that. Those of you that were having that trouble earlier today, I had you choose a data extension to start yours just so that you could go through the process of building the journey. I can't say I've tried to test it with that data extension, though, to know if it's actually going to meet the criteria. I just wanted you to have something to put in as the starting source so that you could test. So for those of you that weren't able to actually do the starting source properly today, you may find that you need to watch the testing. I'll leave it up to you guys if you want to try to test and run and see what happens there. I just haven't thought through what data is in that particular data extension well enough to know how that's going to happen. I've just never had anyone that couldn't complete that first step before. So that was a little bit of troubleshooting on the fly for the two of you that were having that trouble. So you may find that you need to watch the testing if you weren't able to do the entry source properly. But for the rest of you, you should be able to test here just fine. So let's go ahead and do that. This will be our final exercise here together today, is to run our test, and then we'll be able to be ready to get into some wrap-up commentary and see if I can't give you guys maybe a few minutes to spare at the end of the day here today. All right, so let's go ahead and go test. All right, so to get our test started, what I'm going to have you guys do is add a record in Contact Builder into the master subscriber data extension. So again, those of you that did the workaround, go ahead and do this with us, because this is the data extension that I had you guys select, just outside of the automation, of course. So we're going to go to Contact Builder, add ourselves with criteria that will meet the criteria for the entrance point. Then we're going to head over to Automation Studio and trigger that automation to run once, so that it runs the filter that looks for people who meet the criteria. That will be the thing then that starts the journey, and hopefully, if all goes well, it should inject you into the journey at that point. All right, so that's kind of a roadmap of where we are going here. So if you guys want to head back to your big blue cloud there in the upper left-hand corner of Marketing Cloud, the thing that takes you back to the main menu, we're going to head over to Audience Builder and make our way into Contact Builder. Okay, from Audience Builder into Contact Builder. And once in Contact Builder, I want you guys to look at your toolbar up at the top of the screen there and click into the Data Extension menu, where we are going to choose our Master Subscriber Data Extension. Okay, the Master Subscriber Data Extension, the one that has your number on it. When you get that data extension opened up, go ahead and click into it and open it up. I'm going to have you guys in the middle of the screen change the tab there on that data extension from Properties to Records. And in the upper right-hand corner, we're going to click the button that says Add Record, and we're going to add ourselves into this data extension. All right, so for the email address, go ahead and put an email address that you want to use for the journey. Oops. All right, so I've got a Gmail that I like to use for mine, but use whatever you want to use there. For your customer number, go ahead and I want you guys to put in an 8-digit code that represents your birthday. So I know the rest of those are styled as 4 digits, but amazingly, people seem to, when we do 4-digit birthdays, people seem to overlap these other customer numbers sometimes. So go ahead and put in an 8-digit number that represents month, day, and the 4-digit year of your birthday. So for example, my birthday is October 20th, so I'm going to put 1020. Followed by a year that is not the year of my birthday, but I'm not going to really put the year of my birthday, okay? But put a 4-digit year after that. That'll just help you make up a customer number that should turn out to be something unique. After that, I want you guys to go ahead and put a first and last name in there. So you'll see that first name has a default value in there, valued customer. Just overwrite that with your first name. Go ahead and put in your last name as well. And the next field I'm going to have you guys populate is the particularly important one, and that is opt-in date. Okay, opt-in date is actually the filter that we're looking for here. So if you'll go to the opt-in date field, I want you guys to choose yesterday. All right, choose yesterday as your opt-in date. After that, I want you to scroll to the right to the very last columns over there. We're going to put in a store ID of 23. Okay, store ID 23. And then I want you to change both newsletter and promotions from false to true. Okay, so with the newsletter, the promotion, and the opt-in date, we'll end up hitting the criteria to be injected into the journey. So make sure that newsletter and promotion are set to true, that your opt-in date is yesterday, and go ahead and save that record. Okay, so now that we've added a record to the source data extension that will meet the criteria, we're going to head over to Automation Studio, and we're going to trigger the Welcome Journey automation to run. Again, the reason for the Automation Studio part of this is to run the filter against this master subscriber data extension that will find the records that meet the criteria, hopefully finding our record. Okay, so we're going to go force the run of our automation. So get back into Automation Studio. Again, you get there through Journey Builder. So head back to your main menu, scroll over to Journey Builder, down to Automation Studio. And then when you see your welcome journey sitting there, I want you guys to hover over Welcome Journey and click the button that says Run All Activities Once. Okay, run all activities once. Again, you do this by hovering over the name of your journey there, or of your Welcome Journey automation. And say Run All Activities Once. You'll get a little pop-up. Are you sure? We're going to say yes. Run this automation. Now, the running of this automation is going to be the thing that kicks off our journey. We don't have to do anything to go over to Journey Builder and start our journey. Our journey entry source is this automation. So we've just kicked off the running of this. So what should be happening right now is the filter that we created earlier today is looking at that master subscriber data extension for anyone who opted in yesterday. It should find your record in there and end up injecting you into the journey, which can take up to about 10 minutes to test, by the way. Okay, there's wait times. There's also just system interaction times of getting this thing started. But once you have triggered the start of your automation, if you want to go back over to Journey Builder and pull back up your version 2 journey there, okay, go ahead and open your journey back up. You should, as things start to happen here, start to see things on your screen that show somebody making their way through the journey. In fact, I can see that mine has started because when I go back to mine, if I look at my starting source on the left, I can see record count 1. So one person has been injected into this journey already. I suspect if I went and checked my email that I have probably received welcome email number 1. Although it's not showing it on the screen yet. But as my record starts to make its way through the journey, things are going to show up here on the screen that will show me that. Okay, so let me actually refresh real quick and just see if maybe the first thing hasn't triggered on the screen yet. Okay, so I just refreshed and I can see that a little bit of activity has happened here. So I can see that one person has been injected into the journey. That welcome email 1 has been set to 1 person. I can hover over that and get metrics. Now you'll see when I click into my metrics here with welcome email number 1, even though it's showing 1 person, it's still under sent says 0. There's a couple minute delay I find on this sent value being updated. Okay, it's just a couple minute delay that happens on the screen. So I suspect if I came back in a couple minutes, that number would have actually accumulated. For those of you that are testing right now, as you start to get some of these emails, click into those emails. Click the emails, click links in the emails, come back to your journey and look at the statistics that start to accumulate. You'll start to see opens, clicks, things like that will accumulate on each of these. So I can see welcome email 1 has gone in mine. I'm now sitting in the 5-minute waiting for the decision split that will take into number 2. All right, so I'm going to let you guys continue watching that on your end. And while you're watching that happen, again, that can take a little bit of time. But while that's happening, let me go ahead and point out a couple of final comments here about this journey. In Journey Builder, you do have some dashboard elements. In fact, each journey has a dashboard that lets you see, version information, metric information, goal attainment. So you're looking at a journey here on my slide that has 10 different versions I can see what status those versions are in, the total number of entries, the goal attainment. So there is something like that on each journey. You get to it by clicking into the icon at the top of the journey that looks like a little pie chart. Okay, that takes you into metric data. And you can see that kind of thing here. So this is just a continuation of the previous slide. But each journey does have that. In fact, let me back up on that previous slide. Within those, let's see there. Within the journey dashboard elements, you also have the ability to filter that dashboard data. So when you click into that, you'll also have a little filter icon that I'm circling here on my screen, where you could create filters on the right-hand side to say, well, just show me these journey metrics for things that are in draft, or things that are running, or things that are finishing. So you could put criteria on that if you didn't want a full list. You also can look at that in terms of the goal attainment and the analytics that are being accumulated there. Right, so some different metric views that are really nice. The Canvas metrics are available as well, which is what I was just showing you on my slide. On my journey. I was trying to stay in my journey long enough there to show you some Canvas metrics. We saw mine showing that some things had been sent, but my metrics hadn't quite updated yet. This is an example of what those metrics look like when they start to update. So you can actually hover over each channel communication within the journey and get metrics that will look like this. Again, they can take a couple minutes to update, but it's not very long at all, really, before those things start to update. Okay, so Canvas metrics available too. When it comes to troubleshooting, I think the thing that I would say about troubleshooting, there is a history tab on your journey. So when you go look at your journeys, you got journey at the top in your toolbar, then entry sources, and you've got something that says history. That history tab really has some great information that can help you troubleshoot if you're having some sort of error with your journey. There's really good error message details in there. Anyway, just know that page displays data for about 30 days after it happens. And then it's not available. But if you're trying to troubleshoot something, that can be a really great source of information, is just to head into the history tab in Journey Builder, because that's where you're going to get your details about what's going on with your different activities. Health statistics, Journey Builder does count health statistics for you. So I think the thing I would say about this is, I think it's real easy to get things automated and then run off and get focused on something else and think, oh, it's automated, it's just happening. But you really want to be reviewing these things pretty often, make sure that they are performing the way you intended, that you're getting results like you intended, in case you need to make some sort of change or adjustment. So don't forget about something just because you've automated it via Journey Builder. You're going to want to go check out those health statistics periodically and make sure everything is as you expected it to be. Okay. So Tammy's got a good question here about how you can view the contacts that reach the goal. And Tammy, that's back in your data set. Okay, so you'll get goal metrics, goal attainment metrics here on the journey, but your contact data set is where that data is ultimately going to live. So you can run reports against that. You actually have really good journey metrics in the mobile app. I would say you get a little bit better journey metrics in the mobile app than you actually do in the desktop app, which is a little bit surprising, but you can see that pretty easily through the mobile app. But reporting can get that to you or directly in your data set. Okay, but yeah, you're going to get a summary of the goal here on this health statistic page. Let's see what else. Okay, we talked about versioning already. I won't hit that one again. Let's do a quick summary here, compare and contrast on Automation Studio versus Journey Builder as kind of a final thing here. Because a lot of people do come to these classes wondering, well, what is the difference? If I have Automation Studio, why would I need Journey Builder? And if I have both, why would I use one versus the other? Automation Studio is really great at automating data. Okay, Journey Builder doesn't do that. In fact, you saw that we did not go to Journey Builder to automate the creation of our data, the running of the filters. We went to Automation Studio for that. We didn't do it in Journey Builder. Automation Studio is great at that. It's good at data imports. It's good at refreshing segments. It's when it comes to sending emails, it's really good at bulk messaging. Okay, maybe you have a collection of subscribers that all need to get the same message at the same time. Automation Studio can be okay for that. But I tend to think of Automation Studio more as a workhorse on getting my data ready to go, my imports, my refreshes, things like that. Journey Builder is more about the subscriber communications, right? It's more about reaching out to your contact through multiple channels, being able to send emails, triggered emails, you get goal attainment. It's easy to set up and lets you communicate more one-to-one with your subscribers rather than everyone getting a big bulk message all at the same time. Okay, so probably a lot more sophisticated for the actual delivery of your messaging, but not so great at automating data. All right, so quite often what you'll see is Automation Studio and Journey Builder holding hands. Automation Studio is getting the data ready to go, passing that off to Journey Builder to handle the messaging, which is what we simulated today. Okay, so we've talked about these things on this next slide, so I won't hit that for an umpteenth time here. But that gives you guys an idea of the difference really between those two. And if you really wanted to summarize that visually into a chart, you'll see that here on this compare and contrast between Journey Builder and Automation Studio. For those of you that might be prepping for a certification exam, maybe the email marketing specialist certification exam, I would definitely put a little star on this chart. Make sure you know the differences between Journey Builder and Automation Studio. I think you'll see some scenario-based questions in that exam that will look to see if you know what tool you would need to solve the scenario. All right, so maybe make a little star on this, make sure you understand the differences. But again, in general, you'll see Automation Studio really great at the data stuff here, but you don't see any Journey Builder check marks when it comes to that. Okay, and you don't see Automation Studio down here at the end around splits, goal attainment, campaign metrics, things like that. Those sort of things exist just in Journey Builder. Okay. So Tammy, your question around the goal attainment. So the goal attainment is done on the journey. Let me get back to it here. Right up here in this trophy icon, this is where the goal attainment is set. So when you click into that, you'll have the ability to, set some criteria and create the summary on the goal. But that's where that happens, is in this little trophy icon. Oh, how do you see the specific people? So I think probably the best way to do that is going to be through reporting, is to run some sort of reporting that's going to pull those specific names for you. So that would be done through Analytics Builder in your reports and run something against this particular journey. Or if you grouped into a campaign, run a campaign report, something like that, which we didn't do on this one. But that probably would be the best way to do that, is to look at a report for that. Okay. All right, let's see what else here do I have for you guys. Anything else before? One additional question that I get sometimes in these classes is people will bring up Pardot. So how does Pardot fit into all this? You'll hear about Pardot talked about as part of the marketing offering by Salesforce, but that's not obviously the context of this class or several of other marketing cloud classes. So let me give you a little snippet here about Pardot. Pardot is really much more about lead acquisition. So lead acquisition, lead nurturing, lead scoring. It's more about getting new names into the door for the sales team to follow up with and try to convert into customers. Whereas the Marketing Cloud tool that we've been examining here today is much more about growing relationships with existing subscribers, existing customers, many of whom are already doing business with you. There may be already have been through the sales funnel. You're actively servicing and trying to grow them. So commonly we will see implementations that have both. And when we see implementations that have both, where they have Pardot and Marketing Cloud, normally what you see is that Sales Cloud is sitting in the middle of those two things. And you've got Pardot calling for and nurturing and scoring new leads that are getting fed into the sales funnel. Those things are being worked and managed by the sales team and Sales Cloud, and ultimately, heading over to the Marketing Cloud for some continuing journey, essentially. Okay, so that's a little bit of the difference there. Marketing Cloud's a little bit more for the mature side of that relationship. Pardot is more about getting a new name in the door. Okay. All right, guys, so that really brings us to the end of our time here. So I told you guys that I'd give you a little bit time back at the end of the day. I didn't give you quite as much as I thought I might. I'm going to give you about 30 minutes back. We ran into a few little technical challenges a couple times today that just slowed us down, but we're still, of course, within the context of our allowed time frame today. Before you guys start slipping away, I do want to ask one more thing of you, and that is to give us some feedback about the course. So don't quite start slipping away yet. But before I do that, I do want to see if there's any additional questions. Looks like a couple of you have some questions here. Tammy and Christine, I see you both have some questions that are a little bit more one-on-one, so maybe we'll save those for the back side of this. I can chat with each of you individually about your questions. But does anybody else have a question or a comment here that was more for the good of the group? Did you learn some cool new things today? Did you learn some things you didn't know? Give me some happy faces here in the chat panel if you've got some good new takeaways. All right, good. All right, perfect. Okay, well, if there aren't any questions then that are for the good of the group, I know Tammy and Christina, you guys have some things one-on-one for me, so we'll save those for the backside here. But let me go ahead and get everyone else started on the survey so that those that are done and ready to go with their afternoon can slip off, and those of you that still have some questions can remain on. But we do like to get feedback from you guys at the end of these training courses. So your feedback helps us deliver a better product week in and week out. I know as instructors, we take that feedback. Our curriculum team takes that feedback. And we try to up our game week in and week out. So you guys are what help us do that. So let me do this. What I want to do here is pass a link to you guys. And I'll do that through the chat panel, and this will take you into the survey tool. That survey tool is going to start off by asking for your name, which is totally optional on your part. You don't have to provide a name. I will tell you, if you do provide a name, your name does not get associated to any comments that you might make. So that makes a difference for you. The next thing it's going to ask you for is a course ID. So let me pass the course ID to you guys as well. Okay, the course ID is that 1232356 number, begins with an E, capital E there. That's your course ID. After that, it's going to ask you to choose my name from a lengthy list of instructors there. So scroll down and look for Laura Brewer. And then it will launch you into the survey, which is broken up into 3 different sections. Okay, those sections go to different teams. So the first section of that survey is dedicated to instructor feedback. That is feedback for me, that's feedback for my manager about the delivery of this course. The second section of the survey is for our curriculum team. Okay, that goes back to the people who write these classes for us. So things related to the slides, the ebooks, the topics, the exercises, that goes back to the curriculum team for them to refine and improve the content of this course. And then the third section has to do with your learning environment this week, which we were in a virtual classroom today. So you guys will get questions about the technology effectiveness of the virtual classroom. So if you don't mind taking a couple minutes, giving us a little feedback, we certainly appreciate that. And when you're done, if you would update the chat panel with a green check mark, that would be great.